Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment everything went sideways. It wasn't a sudden crash or a loud bang. It was more like a slow, creeping chill, a sense that the world I knew was subtly bending out of shape. At 32, I'd spent more than half my life exploring the backcountry. My backpack wasn't just gear, it was an extension of me, packed with the precision of a seasoned pro. I'd tackled trails from the Rockies to the Appalachians, always careful, always prepared, or so I thought. This particular trip, a solo venture into the Two Forks wilderness area, was meant to be a reset. My job in graphic design had me chained to a screen, and I craved the raw quiet of the mountains. The Two Forks area was known for its dense forests, winding rivers, and crucially, its isolation. Cell service was non-existent for miles, and the nearest ranger station was a good 3-hour drive back the way I'd come. That's exactly what I wanted, a place where the only voices I'd hear were the wind in the pines and the rush of the river. I'd chosen a rarely used trail marked on an old paper map I'd bought from a dusty general store. The goal was to reach an unnamed valley tucked deep within the mountains, said to have an incredible view of the twin peaks that gave the wilderness its name. It wasn't about conquering a summit, it was about soaking in the solitude. The first day was textbook perfect. Sun-dappled trails, the earthy smell of pine needles, the rhythmic crunch of my boots. I set up camp near a small, clear stream, cooked a dehydrated meal, and watched the stars burn brighter than any city sky could offer. I felt that deep, primal satisfaction of self-reliance. This was my element. I was competent, experienced, and completely at peace. The second day, I pushed further, deeper into the valley. The trail thinned out, overgrown in places, confirming my hunch that few people ventured this far. The quiet grew profound, the kind of silence that hums in your ears. Around midday, I found the spot I'd been aiming for, a wide, grassy clearing bordered by towering ancient trees with the twin peaks rising majestically in the distance. It was breathtaking. This was where I'd spend the night. I took off my pack, dropped it with a satisfying thud, and stretched, rotating my shoulders to work out the trail kinks. Perfect, I muttered to myself, the words sounding strangely loud in the profound stillness. I reached for my water bottle, twisting off the cap. Water break, I said, mostly to myself, just enjoying the sound of my own voice in the vastness. And that's when it happened. From somewhere across the clearing, perhaps from the dense wall of trees opposite me, a voice echoed back. It wasn't a typical mountain echo, the kind that trails off and fades. This was distinct, clear, and undeniably my voice. Water break, it repeated, with the exact same inflection, the same slight rasp in my throat. I froze, water bottle halfway to my lips. It was too immediate, too precise to be a normal echo. It sounded like someone had recorded me and played it back instantly, but that was impossible. I was alone. I knew I was alone. A shiver, thin and cold, traced its way down my spine despite the warm afternoon sun. I slowly lowered the bottle, my gaze sweeping the tree line, then the undergrowth. Nothing, no movement, no sign of anyone, just the endless green and the vast blue sky. My rational mind immediately went to work. It must be some unique acoustical phenomenon of the valley, a trick of the wind and the rock formations. A strange, natural amplifier. That had to be it. Still, the hair on my arms stood on end. I told myself it was just the sudden drop in temperature as the sun dipped behind the western ridge. It couldn't be anything else. I forced myself to take a long, slow swallow of water. It felt like gravel going down despite its coolness. Right, I muttered, trying to project an air of normalcy, even confidence, into the silent air. Acoustics, that's all it is. I said it louder this time, almost daring the valley to repeat me. It didn't. The silence that followed was even heavier, as if the air itself was holding its breath. My rational mind, the part of me that meticulously planned routes and checked weather forecasts, was trying desperately to reassert control. It pointed out the obvious: no footprints but my own, no rustling in the undergrowth, no snapped twigs, just the pristine, untouched wilderness. The explanation had to be logical. Perhaps the configuration of the rock faces, the density of the trees, and the flat expanse of the clearing created a natural sound trap, bouncing my voice back with unusual clarity. I'd read about such phenomena in geological journals, though I'd never experienced anything quite so immediate. Despite the rationalization, a knot of unease had tightened in my stomach. It wasn't debilitating fear, not yet, but a persistent prickle, like walking under a ladder or breaking a mirror. I found myself scanning the tree line again, more thoroughly this time, my eyes picking apart shadows, searching for anything out of place. The forest was just a forest, an intricate tapestry of greens and browns, ancient and indifferent. I shook my head, a deliberate physical act to dislodge the lingering strangeness. Get a grip, Mark, I told myself, the words staying blessedly within my own head this time. It was the isolation, I decided. Days without human contact could play tricks on the mind. My job being so sedentary meant I probably wasn't as sharp as I used to be when I spent weeks at a time off-grid. A little sensory deprivation, a touch of over-imagination, that was it. Determined to dismiss the incident, I began setting up my camp. I unfolded my tent, the nylon rustling softly, a comforting, familiar sound. I hammered in the stakes, the dull thuds echoing faintly. Each action was deliberate, a way to ground myself in the mundane reality of my expedition. As I worked, I kept an ear open, an instinct I couldn't quite suppress. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, soothing white noise. A distant hawk cried out. The stream I'd passed earlier gurgled somewhere to my left. Normal sounds, nothing to worry about. But the silence in between those sounds felt different now. It wasn't the welcoming, expansive quiet I'd sought. It felt observant, as if the valley itself was listening. I tried to ignore the feeling, focusing on the simple, repetitive tasks of camp setup. My hands were steady, but my awareness felt stretched thin, scanning, listening, always on edge. Once the tent was pitched and my sleeping bag unrolled inside, I felt a slight easing of tension. A safe space, however temporary. I collected some fallen branches for a small fire, though I knew the night would be mild. A fire wasn't just for warmth, it was for light, for comfort, for warding off anything that might lurk in the dark. A primal instinct, perhaps, but one I trusted. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I sat by my crackling fire, a small island of light in the growing expanse of shadow. I ate another dehydrated meal, this time barely tasting it. My gaze kept drifting to the edge of the clearing, where the trees stood like silent sentinels, their forms blurring and merging as the light faded. The air grew cool. I zipped up my fleece jacket. The stars began to prick through the darkening sky, just as brilliant as the night before, but tonight I found no solace in their distant glow. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig brought my head up, my eyes darting. My mind kept trying to convince me it was just deer or a squirrel or a raccoon, the usual suspects. But the earlier incident had planted a seed of doubt, and that seed was beginning to sprout. I stayed up later than usual, nursing a cup of instant coffee, reluctant to retreat into the thin nylon walls of my tent. The fire was mesmerizing, its flames dancing and throwing long, distorted shadows that seemed to twist into unsettling shapes in the periphery of my vision. I felt an irrational urge to shout into the night to break the oppressive quiet, but something held me back. The thought of my voice echoing back, distorted or, worse, perfectly mimicked, was enough to keep my lips sealed. Eventually, exhaustion won. I doused the fire carefully, making sure every ember was cold, then slipped into my tent. The darkness inside felt absolute, denser than outside. I fumbled for my headlamp, its beam a comforting circle of light against the black. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed, listening. The night was alive with sound. Crickets chirped, an owl hooted, the wind sighed. But woven into this natural symphony, I started to perceive something else. A faint whisper, almost like human speech, carried on the breeze. It was too indistinct to make out words, too faint to be certain. My mind immediately went to the wind, playing tricks, rustling leaves in a way that sounded like speech. But it persisted, a low murmur that seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. I held my breath, straining to hear. It sounded like several voices, very quiet, just beyond the reach of my understanding. A chill spread through me, colder than the night air. I pushed myself up, slowly, quietly. I unzipped the tent flap a bare inch and peered out. The clearing was bathed in moonlight now, an ethereal, silver landscape. The trees stood silent, unmoving. The only sounds were the familiar nocturnal chorus. The whispers were gone. I told myself I was imagining things. The brain, craving stimulation in isolation, could invent sounds, especially when already primed by an unsettling experience. I zipped the tent back up, feeling foolish. This was what happened when you spent too much time indoors, I thought. You forgot how to be alone in the wild. I lay back down, pulling the sleeping bag tight around me. I tried to force myself to sleep, to shut down the overactive imagination, but sleep wouldn't come. My senses were heightened, every nerve ending screaming alertness. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A distinct sound, not a whisper, not a rustle. It was a snap, a twig breaking. Not far from my tent, perhaps 20 feet away, just inside the tree line. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, every muscle tensed. A deer wouldn't make a single snap like that and then go silent. Deer move with a rustle, a series of steps. This was deliberate, like someone taking a single, careful step. I held my breath, listening for another sound, for any indication of what had made it. The night was silent again, save for the incessant crickets. The silence stretched, long and agonizing. Then a low, guttural growl vibrated through the ground beneath me. It wasn't a bear. I knew the sound of a bear. This was different. Lower, more resonant, almost human-like in its depth, but without words. It felt less like an animal warning and more like a deliberate, unsettling sound aimed directly at my tent. A fear, real, visceral fear, began to creep in. This wasn't acoustics. This wasn't imagination. Something was out there, and it was big. I slowly reached for my pocket knife, a sturdy multi-tool. It was a pathetic defense against whatever might be making that sound, but it was all I had. My hand trembled slightly as I gripped it. I considered grabbing my bear spray, but I didn't want to make any sudden movements or noise. The growl faded, replaced by that unnerving, listening silence. I lay perfectly still, my eyes wide open, staring at the unseen ceiling of my tent. My mind raced, trying to identify the sound. A cougar, their growls were more piercing. A wolf, perhaps, but the isolation of this valley made large predator populations unlikely, and the sheer deliberateness of the sounds felt wrong for an animal. Then a new sound, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching against the side of my tent near my head. My blood ran cold. It wasn't loud, just a light, rhythmic scrape, 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 like a fingernail or a claw dragging across the fabric. I couldn't breathe. Every fiber of my being screamed to move, to get away, but I was paralyzed by terror. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it began. Then a whisper right outside my tent, so close I felt the vibration of it against the nylon. It was too soft to make out words, but it sounded like my own voice. A breathy, sibilant whisper mimicking the cadences of human speech, but entirely devoid of meaning. Just a sound imitating. It was enough. My rational mind shattered. This wasn't nature. This wasn't an echo. This was something else, something intelligent, something that was toying with me. I gripped the knife, knuckles white. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but I knew that would only confirm my presence, perhaps even provoke whatever was out there. The silence returned, but this time it was pregnant with menace. I lay there for what felt like hours, every nerve on high alert. The moonlight through the thin nylon created shifting patterns, and every shadow seemed to twist into menacing forms. I couldn't tell if I was awake or dreaming, caught in a waking nightmare. I knew with chilling certainty that I wasn't going to get any sleep that night. My beautiful, peaceful reset trip had turned into something else entirely. Something dark and predatory. I was being hunted. As the first faint streaks of pre-dawn light began to paint the eastern sky, washing the world in a weak gray, the sounds ceased. The palpable presence that had pressed against my tent all night seemed to recede, melting back into the shadows of the forest. The air still felt heavy, but the intense, immediate threat seemed to have lifted. I lay rigid until the sun had fully risen, painting the clearing in cheerful yellows and greens. The world outside my tent looked normal again, deceptively serene, but I knew better. The horror of the night was etched into my memory, a cold, undeniable reality. I cautiously unzipped the tent flap, my knife still clutched in my hand. I peered out. The clearing was empty. The grass was still wet with dew, sparkling in the morning sun. I scanned the ground around my tent. Nothing. No footprints, no disturbed earth, no broken twigs within my immediate perimeter. It was as if the night's events had been a figment of my terrified imagination, but I knew they were. The visceral fear was too real, too deeply ingrained. I crawled out of the tent, my movements stiff and jerky. My entire body ached from tension. I felt drained, exhausted, as if I'd run a marathon. The sunlight felt like a blessing, chasing away some of the oppressive dread, but it couldn't erase the memory of the growl, the scratching, the whispered mimicry of my own voice. I walked a wide circle around my campsite, eyes glued to the ground, searching for any sign, any proof. The dew was undisturbed. The fallen leaves and pine needles were exactly where they should be. It was baffling. How could something so menacing leave no trace? It was almost worse than finding a clear footprint, because it fed the idea that whatever it was something unnatural. My gaze fell on my backpack, still lying where I dropped it yesterday, near the spot where I'd first heard the echo. It looked untouched. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. I needed to get out of here. Now, the idea of staying another minute in this valley, let alone another night, filled me with utter dread. The reset was over. This was no longer a peaceful retreat. It was a trap. I started to pack up my gear with a frantic urgency I hadn't felt since my early amateur backpacking days. Every movement was efficient, driven by a single overriding goal: escape. I tore down the tent, rolled up my sleeping bag, stuffed everything haphazardly into my pack. I didn't care about meticulous organization. I just wanted everything inside so I could throw it on my back and move. As I was about to close the main compartment of my pack, my hand brushed against something cold and hard. I frowned, pulling it out. It was a smooth, dark gray stone, perfectly oval, about the size of a pigeon's egg. I didn't recognize it. I had no memory of picking up such a stone. I certainly hadn't put it in my pack. My heart gave a lurch. I stared at the stone, turning it over in my fingers. It was unnaturally smooth, almost polished. There was a faint, almost invisible etching on one side, a simple symbol, two parallel lines intersected by a wavy line. It meant nothing to me. How did it get there? My pack had been closed. I hadn't opened this compartment since setting it down yesterday. A shiver went through me. This was another message, another unsettling detail. A sign that whatever was out there hadn't just visited my camp during the night, it had been inside it, and it had left a calling card. My hands began to tremble again. This wasn't just a wild animal. This was something that could silently infiltrate my space, something with a deliberate, unsettling intelligence. I dropped the stone as if it were burning my fingers. It landed with a soft thud on the grass. I didn't want it. I didn't want any part of whatever it represented. I quickly cinched my pack shut, throwing it onto my shoulders. The weight felt familiar, but today it felt like a burden, not a comfort. I took one last look around the clearing. The beautiful, majestic peaks now seemed to loom with an ominous presence. The towering trees felt less like ancient guardians and more like silent, complicit watchers. My stomach churned. I had to get out. I set off, not bothering with the trail I'd followed in. I simply headed back the way I'd come, striking out across the clearing towards the general direction of the main path, determined to retrace my steps as quickly as possible. The sun was fully up now, but its warmth did little to penetrate the cold dread that clung to me. My pace was brisk, bordering on a jog. My boots crunched on pine needles, a sound that usually grounded me but now felt like an announcement of my presence. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every bird call made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadowy figure emerge from the trees or to hear that sickening mimicry of my voice. I pushed through dense thickets, ignoring the branches that snagged at my clothes. My only thought was distance, putting as much ground as possible between me and that valley. The trees seemed to grow closer, the shadows deeper. The silence, when it fell, was heavier, more oppressive. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs burning, my lungs aching. The path, which had been clear and distinct on the way in, seemed to blur now. I kept checking my paper map, but the landmarks didn't seem to match. The river I remembered crossing was gone. A prominent rock formation I'd noted on my way in was nowhere to be seen. Panic began to rise. No, 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 I muttered, shaking my head. I pulled out my compass. It spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing north. I knew the general direction I needed to go to get back to the main trail, but the terrain was unfamiliar. Had I veered off course? Had I gotten turned around in my haste? I stopped, trying to get my bearings. The trees here were thicker, older, and the undergrowth more tangled than I remembered from the approach. The sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. The air felt colder, damper. This wasn't right. I pulled out my map again, spreading it on a fallen log. I tried to orient myself, looking for streams, ridges, anything that corresponded to the lines on the paper. Nothing seemed to fit. The map showed a relatively clear, if rarely used, path. This area felt entirely different. It was denser, more primordial. My heart began to pound with a different kind of fear now, the fear of being lost. Lost in a wilderness that already felt hostile. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Panic wouldn't help. I was an experienced hiker. I'd faced challenging navigation before. I needed to trust my skills, not succumb to the terror. I decided to retrace my steps for a short distance to see if I could find a recognizable landmark. I turned around, trying to recall specific details of the path I'd taken, but the forest looked identical in every direction, a wall of green, indistinguishable. As I took a step back, my foot snagged on something. I stumbled, catching myself before I fell. I looked down, root, rock. It was neither. Protruding from the ground, partially covered by leaves, was a small, gnarled wooden stake. It looked ancient, weathered to a dark gray. On its top, carved crudely into the wood, was the same symbol I'd seen on the stone in my pack, two parallel lines intersected by a wavy line. My breath hitched. The stone, the symbol, it wasn't just a random occurrence. It was a marker, and I had stumbled upon one in a place I didn't recognize. This couldn't be a coincidence. Whatever was in that valley, whatever had been watching me, had either led me here, or this place was somehow connected to it. I looked around, my gaze sweeping the dense forest. This wasn't just getting lost. This was a deliberate misdirection. A cold dread began to spread through my limbs. I wasn't just off trail. I was in a place I wasn't supposed to be, marked by something I didn't understand. The sense of being watched returned, stronger than ever. The silence of the forest felt heavier, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, observing my growing panic. I pulled out my phone, despite knowing there wouldn't be service, just a desperate, automatic gesture. No signal, of course. The screen glowed uselessly. I gripped it tight, the smooth metal feeling oddly insubstantial against the overwhelming reality of the ancient forest. I took a shaky breath. I had to keep moving. Standing still felt like waiting to be found. But which way? My compass still pointed north, but without reliable landmarks on the map, it was useless for finding my way back to the known trail. I was navigating blind, or rather, I was lost, completely and utterly lost. I decided to pick a direction due east, hoping to eventually hit a familiar ridge line or stream that would guide me back towards the main route. I started walking, forcing myself into a steady, rhythmic pace, trying to project an air of confidence I didn't feel. The forest here was different than anything I'd encountered on the documented trails. The trees were massive, their trunks covered in thick, dark moss, blocking out much of the sky. The ground was uneven, a tangle of exposed roots and rocks, making progress slow and arduous. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. As I pushed deeper, the silence became absolute. Not even the chirping of crickets or the distant call of a bird, just the crunch of my own boots on the leaf litter and the ragged sound of my breathing. It was the kind of silence that pressed in on your ears, a vacuum that screamed absence. And then I began to hear it, faintly at first, barely perceptible, a low, rhythmic thumping, a heartbeat. No, not a heartbeat, something else, like a distant drum or heavy, measured footsteps. It was too steady, too deliberate to be an animal. It pulsed through the very ground, a deep vibration more felt than heard. I stopped, straining my ears. The sound was irregular, sometimes fading, sometimes growing stronger, but always present, a bass note underpinning the profound silence. My skin crawled. It was coming from deeper in the forest, in the direction I was headed. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run the other way, but I had no idea which way was back anymore. I was disoriented, lost, and now hearing something that defied explanation. I remembered the growl from the night, the scratches, the mimicked whispers. This wasn't just a strange echo anymore. This was a pattern, a deliberate sequence of events. Whatever was out there, it was manipulating my environment, playing with my senses, and leading me deeper into its domain. I moved forward cautiously, each step a deliberate effort. The thumping grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like heavy, deliberate steps. Thumpy, thumpy, thump, no, not quite footsteps, more like something massive being dragged or slammed against the earth, but it was rhythmic. I pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, emerging into a small, circular clearing. My blood ran cold. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous tree, unlike any I had ever seen. Its trunk was impossibly wide, a twisted, gnarled column of dark wood, easily 50 feet in diameter. It rose hundreds of feet into the sky, its canopy a dense, black mass that completely blocked out the sun, casting the clearing in perpetual gloom. The air here was strangely still, heavy, and cold. And at the base of this monstrous tree, carved directly into its bark, was a giant version of the symbol. The two parallel lines intersected by the wavy line, stretching almost 20 feet high, etched deep into the ancient wood. The thumping sound was coming from inside the tree. My mind reeled. This wasn't natural. This wasn't just a big tree. It felt ancient, malevolent, almost alive in a way that defied scientific explanation. The symbol, carved into its very core, pulsed with an unseen energy. A low hum began to emanate from the tree, a resonant vibration that seeped into my bones. It wasn't loud, but it filled the air, a deep, unsettling drone. And within that hum, I heard it again, whispers. This time they were clearer, distinct, but still just beyond my comprehension. They weren't my voice. They were multiple voices, layered and overlapping, speaking in a language I couldn't understand, yet it felt strangely familiar, like a forgotten memory trying to surface. My fear turned to something deeper, something primal. I wanted to scream, but my throat was constricted. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. I was transfixed by the tree, by the symbol, by the alien hum that filled the air. As I stared, horrified, a section of the tree's bark directly below the carved symbol began to move. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, then with increasing deliberate movement, like a giant, ancient door creaking open. A thin, dark slit appeared, growing wider, revealing an abyss of absolute blackness within. The whispers grew louder, swirling out from the opening, more insistent, more chilling. They seemed to pull at me, a silent, unseen force drawing me closer. My feet felt light, almost lifted from the ground, taking a single, involuntary step towards the opening. No, my mind screamed. This was wrong. This was dangerous. This was the source of everything. I fought against the unseen pull, struggling to regain control of my limbs. My heart was pounding, a desperate drum against the resonant hum of the tree. I could feel the cold radiating from the opening, a chill that promised oblivion. Just as I felt I was about to be drawn irrevocably forward, a shadow detached itself from the edge of the clearing, moving with impossible speed. It wasn't an animal. It was tall, impossibly thin, and moved with a fluidity that was utterly unnatural. It glided between me and the opening in the tree, a dark, featureless silhouette against the gloomy clearing. It stopped directly in front of the opening, blocking my view of the abyss. It turned its head slowly towards me. I couldn't make out any features, no eyes, no mouth, just a void where a face should be. But I felt its gaze, a piercing, ancient intelligence that burrowed into my very soul. And then a voice, not a whisper, not a mimicry, a clear, resonant voice, deeper than any human, yet perfectly articulated, speaking in my own language. You are not meant to enter this place. The words echoed not just in the clearing, but inside my head, resonating with a power that left me breathless. It was a command, an absolute prohibition. The being, if that's what it was, remained motionless, its form absorbing what little light there was. The hum from the tree intensified, and the whispers within the opening grew into a cacophony, a swirling maelstrom of unintelligible sound that vibrated through my bones. I stood there, frozen, caught between the terrifying pull of the opening and the imposing presence of the shadowy figure. My mind was a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and a desperate, primal urge to flee. This was beyond anything I had ever conceived. My rational world had been shattered, replaced by a reality far more ancient and terrifying. The figure extended a long, impossibly thin arm, its hand a collection of elongated digits, pointing not at me, but towards the path I had unknowingly deviated from. A silent, clear direction, an instruction. Your path lies elsewhere, it said, its voice still resonating within me. Return to it. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure seemed to dissolve, melting back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind no trace of its presence. The opening in the tree, too, began to close, the bark slowly, silently sliding back into place, sealing off the darkness within. The hum faded, the whispers died away, and the thumping ceased. The clearing was silent once more, still shrouded in gloom, but the intense, immediate threat seemed to have lifted. I was left alone, trembling, gasping for breath, my mind struggling to process what I had just witnessed. My legs finally gave out and I sank to the mossy ground, trying to catch my breath. My entire body was shaking uncontrollably. What was that? A guardian, a warning, whatever it was, it had saved me, or at least stopped me from walking into whatever lay within that ancient tree. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, my gaze fixed on the spot where the figure had stood, then on the now sealed tree. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to follow its instruction. I had to find my path elsewhere. I turned, my eyes scanning the edge of the clearing. The direction the figure had pointed was towards the deepest, densest part of the forest, a section that looked even more impassable than where I'd come from. But I had no choice. I had to trust this impossible entity because the alternative was the tree and whatever lay within. With renewed, desperate resolve, I pushed my way through the thick undergrowth, heading in the direction the shadow creature had indicated. My fear of getting lost was now secondary to the terror of encountering that ancient tree again, or worse, being drawn inside it. The forest canopy seemed to close in behind me, swallowing me whole. Every rustle now made me wonder if I was truly alone, or if the figure was still watching, ensuring I followed its silent command. The entire wilderness now felt like a living entity, aware of my presence and guiding me, or perhaps hurting me, towards an unknown destination. I walked with a singular purpose, ignoring the scratches from branches, the uneven ground, the growing fatigue. My only thought was escape, but escape to what? The normal world felt impossibly distant, a forgotten dream. My reality had shifted, revealing a layer of existence I never knew could be real. This forest wasn't just old, it was ancient, sentient, and held secrets that could unravel a human mind. I walked until the light began to fade once more, the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with colors I barely noticed. I couldn't stop, couldn't risk another night in this nightmare landscape. I pushed myself harder, forcing my weary legs to move, knowing that every step away from that place was a step towards something. But I didn't know what. All I knew was that I was still in motion, still alive, and that was enough for now. The darkness began to creep in, and with it, the familiar, suffocating silence of the deep woods. But this time I felt a faint, guiding presence, an unseen push that kept me moving, even as my body screamed for rest. I was no longer alone, not truly. And that thought, terrifying as it was also, strangely, my only comfort. The darkness came quickly and completely, a thick, smothering blanket that pressed in from all sides. The faint guiding presence I'd felt earlier began to waver, replaced by an overwhelming sense of isolation. My headlamp beam, usually a comforting cone of light, now seemed feeble, barely penetrating the oppressive blackness. The trees, already ancient and imposing, transformed into menacing, indistinguishable specters, their branches clawing at the sky. My body was screaming for rest. Every muscle ached, every joint protested with a dull throb. My feet, encased in their sturdy hiking boots, felt like leaden weights. The air was cold, damp, and tasted of decaying leaves and earth, but I couldn't stop. The memory of the monstrous tree, the whispers, and the shadowy guardian was too vivid, too terrifying. To stop was to surrender to the unknown horrors that lurked in this twisted wilderness. I stumbled forward, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly with each exhausted step. The ground was treacherous, a carpet of gnarled roots, moss-covered rocks, and slippery leaf litter. I tripped constantly, catching myself with outstretched hands that were now scraped and bruised. My pack, once a familiar extension of my body, felt like an unbearable weight dragging me down. The silence that had previously felt observant now felt actively malicious. It wasn't empty, it was pregnant with unseen things, a heavy, waiting stillness. My own breathing sounded ragged and loud, a desperate counterpoint to the profound absence of other sounds. I kept swiveling my head, my eyes darting into the periphery of my headlamp's beam, half expecting to see those elongated shadows, or worse, to hear that chilling mimicry of my own voice. I remembered the figure's instruction, "Your path lies elsewhere, return to it." But what was it, and how could I possibly find it in this impenetrable gloom? The faint guiding presence was gone, or perhaps I was too exhausted to perceive it anymore. I was simply walking, one foot in front of the other, driven by a primal urge to escape. Hours crawled by, each one an eternity. My sense of time completely dissolved. Was it midnight? Closer to dawn? My mind felt like a frayed rope unraveling at the edges. I started to hallucinate, seeing vague shapes moving just beyond the reach of my light, hearing phantom whispers that melted away as soon as I focused on them. My rational mind, the part that had meticulously planned routes and checked weather forecasts, was completely overwhelmed, replaced by a desperate animal instinct for survival. At one point, I stumbled into a small clearing, no larger than a tent site. My beam caught something unusual. Embedded in the ground was another one of those gnarled wooden stakes, weathered and ancient, with the same etched symbol, two parallel lines intersected by a wavy line. My heart gave a jolt. This wasn't a random collection of markers. This was a deliberate trail, a breadcrumb path left by whatever forces controlled this part of the forest. The realization was both terrifying and strangely reassuring. Someone or something had been here before, marking this impossible route. It meant I wasn't just aimlessly wandering. I was, in some strange, terrifying way, on a path. I stared at the symbol for a long moment, trying to decipher its meaning. It felt ancient, not just old in a geological sense, but ancient in a way that spoke of forgotten civilizations, of powers that predated human history. Was it a warning, a waypoint, A sigil of ownership. I had no answers, only more questions that gnawed at the edges of my already fragile sanity. I pushed on, the sight of the marker renewing a sliver of desperate hope. Perhaps this path would lead me out, back to some semblance of the world I knew, or perhaps to something even more horrifying. I didn't know which prospect was worse. My water supply was dwindling, and I hadn't eaten anything substantial since that tasteless, dehydrated meal the previous evening. My throat was dry, and my stomach rumbled with hollow hunger. But the thought of stopping to eat, of risking a moment of vulnerability in this hostile darkness, was unthinkable. I rationed the last few sips of water, each drop a precious commodity. As the first faint suggestion of pre-dawn gray began to filter through the impossibly dense canopy, a new sound reached my ears. It wasn't the rhythmic thumping of the giant tree, nor the unnerving growl of the previous night. This was a softer, more sustained sound, like the distant rushing of water, a river. Hope, sharp and sudden, pierced through my exhaustion. A river meant a potential landmark, a way to orient myself, perhaps even a way out. I stumbled faster, pushing through tangles of thorny bushes, ignoring the fresh scrapes on my arms and legs. The sound grew louder, a roaring crescendo that promised relief. I burst through a final curtain of thick, hanging vines, emerging onto the bank of a river. But it wasn't the clear, babbling stream I'd passed on my way in. This river was vast, turbulent, and strangely dark, its waters churning with an unnatural energy. It was far wider than anything I'd seen on my map, a formidable barrier. The current looked powerful, easily capable of sweeping a man away. My hope deflated into a cold despair. This wasn't a way out, it was another obstacle. And the river itself felt wrong. The air above it was heavy with a metallic tang, and a faint, phosphorescent glow seemed to emanate from the depths of the water. I followed the riverbank, searching for a place to cross, but there was nothing. No shallows, no fallen logs, just the relentless, dark current. As I walked, I noticed something else. Along the riverbank, at irregular intervals, were more of those gnarled wooden stakes, each bearing the same carved symbol. They weren't just marking a path, they were marking this river. My gaze drifted across the river towards the opposite bank, where the trees were even denser, even more ancient-looking. And then I saw it. Nestled among the massive trees, half hidden by thick moss and towering ferns, was a structure. It wasn't a cabin, it wasn't a ranger station, it was something else entirely. A low, sprawling edifice built from rough-hewn dark stone, its architecture utterly alien, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It seemed to grow out of the earth itself, as if it had always been there, an organic part of the ancient forest. No windows, no discernible doors, just smooth, cyclopean stones fitted together with impossible precision. And carved into the largest stone block at its visible front was the omnipresent symbol, massive and stark against the dark rock. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was where the path led. The elsewhere the shadow creature had pointed me towards. My heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the river. I stared at the structure, a mix of profound dread and morbid curiosity swirling within me. It felt ancient, radiating an aura of immense power and forgotten knowledge. This was no ordinary wilderness outpost. This was something far, far older, something that belonged to the same lineage as the monstrous tree and the shadowy guardian. As the full light of dawn slowly broke through the canopy, illuminating the strange structure in a weak, ethereal glow, I noticed movement on my side of the river. A flicker, deep within the shadows of the bank. I froze, my hand instinctively going to my pocket knife, then realizing the futility of it. From the undergrowth, two figures emerged. They were humanoid in shape, but that was where the familiarity ended. Tall and gaunt, even thinner than the shadow creature I'd encountered at the giant tree, their skin was a pale, almost translucent gray. Their limbs were unnaturally long, their fingers tipped with slender, dark claws. Their faces were smooth, devoid of any discernible features. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just blank, almost reflective surfaces that seemed to absorb the faint light. They wore simple, dark, cowl-like garments that appeared to be woven from moss and bark, blending seamlessly with the forest. These weren't animals, these weren't human. These were the things that inhabited this place. They moved with an unsettling grace, gliding rather than walking, their movements utterly silent. They carried no weapons, no tools, just their unnerving presence. They approached the river's edge, stopping directly across from the stone structure. They seemed to be observing it, their blank faces tilted slightly, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. I flattened myself against a mossy boulder, trying to become invisible, barely daring to breathe. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. These beings radiated a silent, immense power, a palpable sense of ancientness and indifference. They were not hostile in an aggressive sense, but their very presence was overwhelming, alien. One of them, the taller of the two, slowly turned its featureless head towards me. There was no visible indication that it saw me, no sudden movement or change in posture. Yet I felt its attention, a cold, probing awareness that pierced through my hiding place straight into my mind. It was the same feeling I'd had when the valley itself seemed to be listening, only infinitely more focused, more intelligent. A voice, soft and resonant, spoke directly into my mind. It wasn't sound waves, but a direct thought, perfectly clear in my own language. You have found the crossing. I gasped, a small, involuntary sound that seemed deafening in the profound silence. The other being also turned its blank face towards me. Neither moved physically, but their shared attention was a suffocating weight. The path is marked, the voice in my mind continued. The journey is yours. My eyes darted between the two beings, then to the turbulent river, then to the enigmatic stone structure on the far bank. Cross the river, I whispered, the sound barely audible even to myself. The taller being tilted its head slightly, an almost imperceptible gesture that I somehow interpreted as affirmation. It is the way, it is the beginning. The beginning of what? I asked, my voice trembling, pushing past the terror in my throat. There was no immediate answer, only a profound, heavy silence. The beings remained motionless, their presence a silent, unwavering command. I felt an irresistible urge to move, to obey, even though the thought of entering that dark, churning water filled me with dread. I looked at the river again. It was wide, probably 100 feet across at this point, and the current was fierce. I was an experienced swimmer, but this wasn't just any river. It felt alive, imbued with the same ancient energy that permeated everything else in this place. How? I whispered again, feeling the despair rise. How do I cross? The beings remained silent, their blank faces offering no answers. But as I watched, something began to happen on the surface of the dark water directly in front of them. A faint ripple, then a subtle glow pulsing from beneath the depths. The water in that specific section of the river seemed to still, the turbulent currents momentarily calming, as if held in an invisible grip. Then from the depths, two faint, luminescent lines began to rise, glowing with that same eerie phosphorescence I'd noted earlier. They emerged from the water, slowly, steadily, forming a bridge. Not a physical bridge of wood or stone, but a bridge of pure, shimmering light. It was translucent, almost ethereal, yet it seemed solid, anchored to the riverbed. The lines converged in the middle, creating a narrow, glowing path across the dark, churning waters, leading directly to the stone structure on the opposite bank. My jaw dropped, my mind, already battered and bruised, struggled to comprehend this impossible sight. A bridge of light conjured from the depths of an ancient river by beings with no faces. The voice echoed in my mind again, softer this time, almost like a sigh. The path is prepared, choose. Choose, the word hung heavy in the air, weighted with unspoken implications. I could stay on this bank, try to find another way out, risk another night of unseen horrors. Or I could step onto that impossible bridge into a future utterly unknown, a journey that promised to shatter what little remained of my understanding of the world. My gaze flickered between the glowing bridge, the silent, watching figures, and the monolithic structure on the far bank. There was no going back to my old life, to my screens and graphics. That world was gone, shattered by an echo and a symbol. This was my new reality. With a deep, shaky breath, I gripped the straps of my pack, bracing myself. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to move. I took a first, tentative step onto the glowing bridge. The light felt cool beneath my boots, not warm, not cold, but utterly neutral, almost like stepping onto moonlight solidified. It held my weight perfectly. I paused, looking down. The dark, turbulent waters churned silently beneath the luminous surface, a bottomless abyss. The phosphorescent glow from the bridge illuminated the water faintly, revealing nothing but profound darkness below. I looked up. The two gray beings still stood on the riverbank, motionless, watching me with their featureless faces. On the far side, the stone structure loomed, silent and enigmatic. The world felt utterly still, as if holding its breath, waiting for my decision. I took another step, then another, slowly, deliberately, forcing myself to move forward. Each step was a defiance of logic, a plunge into the utterly impossible. My heart continued to pound, but a strange calm began to settle over me, a sense of grim determination. I had faced the terror of the unseen, the growls, the whispers, the monstrous tree. Now I was facing the visible impossible. There was a difference. This, at least, was a path. As I reached the midpoint of the bridge, a low hum began to emanate from the stone structure on the far bank, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the light beneath my feet and up into my very bones. It wasn't the menacing hum of the giant tree, but something different, more complex, almost like a chorus of deep, melodic tones. And within the hum, faint, almost imperceptible at first, I began to hear them again, the whispers. But these weren't the mimicked, sibilant whispers from my tent. These were different. They were layered, rich, multifaceted, and though still unintelligible, they carried a sense of ancient wisdom, not malevolence. My mind, already frayed, struggled to process the new data. The stone structure felt like a colossal organ, resonating with a symphony of ancient sounds, a gateway to something far beyond my comprehension. The light bridge pulsed in rhythm with the hum, a living conduit. I kept walking, focusing on the steps, on the incredible sensation of light beneath my feet. I didn't look back at the gray beings. My focus was fixed on the imposing structure ahead. As I neared the far bank, the hum grew louder, the whispers more distinct, though still just beyond the grasp of my understanding. They felt like echoes of a forgotten language, stirring something deep within my subconscious, a memory I didn't know I possessed. I stepped off the light bridge onto the mossy ground of the far bank. The moment my feet left the glowing path, it began to shimmer and recede, dissolving back into the dark waters of the river, leaving no trace behind. The two gray beings on the opposite bank remained for a moment longer, then with the same silent grace, they turned and glided back into the dense undergrowth, vanishing as completely as if they had never been there. I was alone again, facing the silent, ancient structure. The hum from the stone building was now a palpable presence, filling the air, vibrating against my skin. The whispers, though still unintelligible, swirled around me, a complex tapestry of sound that felt both alien and strangely welcoming. I approached the massive stone wall, my hand reaching out instinctively to touch it. The stone was cool and smooth beneath my fingertips, but it thrummed with a subtle internal energy. My gaze fell upon the giant carved symbol, stretching almost 20 feet high, identical to the one on the giant tree and the smaller ones on the stakes and the stone in my pack. It seemed to glow faintly in the dawn light, almost pulsing with life. As my fingers traced the lines of the symbol, a section of the wall directly beneath it began to shift. Not slowly like the tree, but with an almost imperceptible fluidity, the colossal stones moving silently, separating to reveal a dark arched opening. There was no visible seam, no mortar, just a perfectly formed archway that led into an abyss of absolute blackness, even deeper than the opening in the giant tree. The hum intensified, pouring out from the opening, and the whispers became a chorus, swirling and beckoning. This was not a doorway in the conventional sense. This was an invitation. I hesitated, my breath catching in my throat. Every instinct screamed caution. This was the threshold. Whatever lay beyond this opening was the true destination of this impossible journey, the heart of this ancient, terrifying place. My rational mind, or what was left of it, screamed for me to turn and run, to find a way back to the known, to safety. But there was no safety here and no way back. The bridge was gone. My hand still rested on the cool, thrumming stone. The whispers, though still incomprehensible, now seemed to carry a compelling urgency, a subtle pull that felt different from the malevolent tug of the giant tree. This felt more like a call, an invitation to uncover something profoundly significant. With a final desperate surge of resolve, I pushed my pack higher on my shoulders. I had come this far. I had witnessed impossible things. There was no turning back now. I had to know. I had to understand. I stepped through the arched opening, into the absolute blackness beyond. The moment I crossed the threshold, the hum from the structure deepened, and the whispers enveloped me completely, no longer just sound, but a pervasive sensation that vibrated through my entire being. It felt like being immersed in a liquid tapestry of ancient voices, a river of sound and energy. I instinctively fumbled for my headlamp, clicking it on. The beam cut through the intense darkness, revealing an interior that defied all expectations. This was not a natural cave, nor a crudely carved chamber. I stood in a vast, cavernous space, its ceiling lost in the gloom hundreds of feet above. The walls were smooth, polished stone, shimmering with an inner luminescence that pulsed gently, echoing the symbol etched into the exterior. The space was enormous, far larger than the external structure suggested, stretching out in every direction into the darkness. But what truly held my gaze was what lay within this chamber. In the center of the vast space, suspended in midair by an unseen force, was a colossal crystalline formation. It pulsed with a soft inner light, a kaleidoscope of greens, blues, and violets that cast shimmering reflections on the polished walls. It was easily 100 feet tall, a spire of pure living light, faceted and intricate, humming with an energy that felt primordial and immense. It was the source of the deep resonance that filled the chamber, and perhaps the entire valley. Around the base of this enormous crystal, arranged in perfect, concentric circles, were countless figures. They were similar to the gray beings I had seen at the river, but these were unmoving, perfectly still, their featureless faces turned towards the glowing crystal. They sat in meditative poses, their long, thin limbs arranged gracefully, their cowl-like garments blending into the shadows. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, stretching out into the periphery of my headlamp beam, silent and utterly motionless, as if frozen in time. My mind reeled. This was not just a structure, it was a sanctuary, a sacred place of immense power, tended by these silent, ancient beings. This was their home, this was the elsewhere. As I stood there, transfixed by the crystalline spire and the silent multitude, the whispers intensified, no longer just a surrounding sound, but focusing, coalescing. They were speaking to me, and slowly, painfully, meaning began to emerge from the chaotic symphony. It was not a language I knew, yet my mind seemed to be translating it directly, wordlessly. Images flooded my consciousness, flashes of immense geological ages, of stars being born and dying, of the earth forming, of this valley ancient and untamed, long before humans walked its surface. I saw the symbol recurring over and over, not as a carving, but as a living sigil, pulsating with cosmic energy. The whispers became clearer, forming coherent sentences in my mind, not spoken aloud, but impressed directly onto my consciousness. You are an echo in the great silence, a ripple in the ancient stream. The veil thins, the world outside forgets, but here we remember. You bear the mark, the seed of understanding. My hand went to my chest, my heart pounding. The mark, what mark? The stone in my pack with the symbol, or something deeper, something within me? As these thoughts cascaded through my mind, one of the seated figures, closer to the center of the chamber, stirred. Its blank face slowly turned towards me. Its movement was so subtle, so deliberate, that it felt like an event of monumental significance. Then, from its featureless face, a single, thin line of pure, white light pulsed vertically, from where a forehead would be to where a chin might reside. It was not a mouth, not an eye, but a pure beam of soft, incandescent light that seemed to emanate from within. And from that light, a voice, clearer and more direct than any before, spoke into my mind. It was the same voice I had heard at the giant tree, the guardian's voice, but without the earlier warning, now filled with a calm, ancient authority. Welcome, Mark, son of echoes. My legs buckled. I sank to my knees on the polished stone floor, overwhelmed. They knew my name. This was beyond comprehension, beyond any explanation. My journey into the wilderness had not just led me to a hidden ancient world. It had led me to a direct encounter with its profound, intelligent guardians. I was not lost, I had been found. And my purpose here, whatever it might be, was only just beginning to unfold. The hum of the crystal, the chorus of whispers, and the silent, watching multitude confirmed one terrifying, exhilarating truth. My world had ended, and a new one had just begun. My legs gave out completely, and I sank to my knees on the polished stone floor, the sudden exhaustion mingling with a dizzying rush of fear and disbelief. They knew my name, Mark, not just my name, but a title, Son of Echoes. The words reverberated in my mind not as a sound, but as an undeniable impression, a cold, crystalline truth. This was no dream, no hallucination. This was real. And these beings, these impossible entities, were aware of me intimately. The colossal crystal spire pulsed with an inner light, casting shifting hues across the vast chamber. The hundreds, perhaps thousands of silent gray figures remained motionless, their featureless faces turned towards the glowing heart of their sanctuary. All except for the one before me, the one from whose forehead a thin, white line of light still emanated. It watched me, or rather it sensed me, with an intensity that pierced through my very core. How do you know my name? I choked out, my voice hoarse, a pathetic whisper in the resonant hum of the chamber. My rational mind, shattered and reassembled countless times over the last 2 days, tried to find a logical explanation. Remote sensing, scrying, but even those concepts belonged to a realm of fiction, not the concrete reality I had always inhabited. The line of light on the being's face pulsed once, a gentle flicker. The voice, calm and ancient, resonated in my mind, a direct thought bypassing my ears entirely. Your designation is etched into the threads of your being, Mark. You are one of the awakened, a rare resonance, the first in many cycles. Awakened resonance, it spoke in riddles, yet each word carried a weight of profound significance. What is this place? I asked, my gaze sweeping around the cavernous chamber, the silent multitude, the immense, thrumming crystal. This is the Nexus, the voice replied, the heart of the veil, a sanctuary for what is and what will be, a memory for what was. The veil, the whispers I had heard outside, the veil thins, the world outside forgets. It was all connected. What veil? The boundary, the entity explained, its thoughts flowing into mine with an effortless grace that was both unsettling and mesmerizing. The membrane between realities, between what you perceive as your world and the deeper currents that flow beneath. This valley, this nexus, is a point of thinning, a place where the true architecture of existence becomes visible to those with the sight. I swallowed, my throat dry. And you are the guardians of this veil. We are the keepers, it corrected, the remnants. We tend the nexus, maintain the balance, and watch. We have watched for eons, Mark, son of echoes. Long before your kind walked this earth, we were here. We remember the great weave, the time before the sundering, when the worlds were less distinct. The Great Weave, sundering, these were not scientific terms, but they painted a picture of immense, unimaginable history. What happened? Time and the will of certain forces, the keeper's thought voice seemed to sigh, a subtle inflection of ancient sorrow. The worlds diverged. Your kind, in its nascent stages, chose a path of linearity, of quantifiable reality. The veil thickened, became opaque. We chose to remain, to remember, to prevent the absolute fracture. The nexus is our anchor. I looked at the crystal, understanding dawning, cold, and profound. That's the nexus. It is its physical manifestation, yes, the keeper affirmed. A conduit, a focus. It draws upon the deep energies, maintaining the stability of the veil in this region. Without it, the rupture here would be complete, and the consequences catastrophic for both realms. Catastrophic, the word sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just about my personal nightmare. This was about something far, far larger. And why am I here? The white line of light on the keeper's face pulsed again, a different rhythm this time, almost anticipatory. You are an echo, one who resonates with the frequencies of the thinned veil. Your presence here is not accidental, Mark. It is a response, a signal drawn by the increasing instability. Instability, the word brought back the memory of the growl, the scratching, the mimicked whispers, the sudden, violent disorientation. The things in the forest, the ones that were playing with me. They were drawn to you, yes, the keeper confirmed. Not by us, but by your awakening resonance. Your presence creates a ripple, an invitation. Not all that dwells beyond the veil is benign, Mark. Some are predatory, drawn to the emerging light. Predatory, my blood ran cold again. What are they? Fragments, the keeper explained. Scavengers, beings that exist in the interstices of the veil, feeding on stray energies, on fear, on disorientation. They seek points of weakness, places where the veil thins to cross over, to sow chaos. They were testing you, attempting to draw you into a place where their influence is stronger. I remembered the monstrous tree, the whispers, the dark abyss, the terrifying pull. The tree, that's where they live. The great root is a lesser nexus, the keeper clarified. One that has been tainted, corrupted by their influence over the cycles. It is a conduit they seek to exploit, a gateway of shadows. Our nexus here, this crystal, maintains the primary stability. The great root draws its strength from the raw, undirected currents of the veil which they have learned to manipulate. My head spun. Tainted nexuses, lesser nexuses, fragments, keepers. This was a whole cosmology I was being plunged into. And you stopped me from going in there. You were not ready for that darkness, Mark, the keeper said. And you have a different role to play. Your resonance is unique. It is not merely a beacon, it is a bridge, a potential catalyst. A bridge, a catalyst. My old life as a graphics designer manipulating pixels and vectors felt ludicrously distant now. What kind of catalyst? The keeper's presence intensified in my mind, its thoughts growing more complex, deeper. The veil is thinning, Mark, not just here, but in many places. The world is changing. The balance is shifting. Your kind, unaware, speeds this process with its advancements, its constant probing of the unseen, even as it denies its existence. I thought of satellite dishes, quantum computers, particle accelerators. Could these distant human endeavors be affecting other realities? It sounded absurd, yet in this place nothing felt absurd anymore. The thinning allows the fragments to gain strength, to pierce through, to sow more discord. They are not mindless, Mark. They seek to tear the veil completely, to reclaim your realm for their own chaotic designs. And the world, the human world, is unprepared. My mind flashed to headlines about increasing natural disasters, strange animal behaviors, inexplicable phenomena. Could it all be connected? So, what do I do? You learn, the keeper stated simply. You open your true sight. You understand the great weave. You become the bridge you are meant to be, the connection between the two realms. But I'm just a person, I protested, the enormity of the task overwhelming me. I don't have any special powers, any abilities. The keeper's thought voice softened, almost with a hint of what I perceived as gentle amusement. You resonate, Mark. That is your ability. It is a frequency that allows you to perceive, to connect. It is a rare gift and a heavy burden. We will help you awaken it. I glanced at the hundreds of motionless figures. Were they all going to awaken my abilities? We are many, but we are one in purpose, the keeper affirmed. The nexus speaks through us. The crystal guides us. You will learn, Mark, son of echoes. You will learn the language of the veil, the currents of reality, the songs of the ether. You will learn to mend the tears, to reinforce the boundaries. Mend the tears, reinforce the boundaries. This was a war then, a silent, unseen war for the fabric of reality itself. And I, Mark, a simple, lost backpacker, was somehow being conscripted. What about the world outside? I asked, a sudden surge of worry for everything I knew. My family, my home. The world outside will continue unaware for a time, the keeper replied, its thought voice now carrying a note of solemnity. Your journey here is beyond their comprehension. For them, you are lost. For you, you are found. There is no return to what was, Mark, only forward into what must be. No return. The words hit me with a profound sense of finality. The comfortable, predictable life I'd left behind, the one I had so desperately tried to escape into this wilderness, was gone forever. It was a harsh truth, but after everything I'd witnessed, it felt almost inevitable. I was a leaf caught in an unimaginable current, swept into a reality I never knew existed. I finally pushed myself up from my kneeling position, my muscles stiff, my mind reeling. My gaze fixed on the keeper, whose radiant line of light continued to pulse. So, what's first? The keeper's featureless head tilted slightly, a subtle gesture that spoke volumes. You must rest, Mark. Your mind and body are weary from the journey and the awakening. The Nexus will prepare you. Then the learning begins. As the keeper spoke, a wave of profound fatigue washed over me, heavier than any I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just physical exhaustion. It was as if my very consciousness was being gently but firmly pulled into slumber. My vision blurred. The crystal's light seemed to soften. The hum in the chamber became a lullaby. I tried to fight it, to ask more questions, but my thoughts tangled, became indistinct. I felt myself swaying, my legs giving way. Before I could fall completely, two of the gray figures, previously motionless, rose with silent grace from their meditative poses. They glided towards me, their elongated, pale hands gently, almost imperceptibly, supporting me as I slumped. Their touch was cool, a strange sensation, but not unpleasant. They guided me without a word towards a section of the polished stone wall that seemed to shimmer more intensely. As we approached, a recess, previously invisible, opened up in the smooth rock. It was a small, alcove-like space, just large enough for a person to lie down. The floor of the alcove was covered in a soft, moss-like material that seemed to glow faintly. I was lowered gently onto the mossy bed. The two keepers stepped back and the wall shimmered, closing the recess, but not completely. A faint, soft light permeated the moss, and the resonant hum of the Nexus crystal filled the space, a comforting vibration that seeped into every cell of my body. I closed my eyes, the last vestiges of my conscious mind dissolving into the profound, ancient energy of the Nexus. Sleep, deep and dreamless, claimed me. I woke to a sensation of profound rejuvenation. Every ache, every strain, every lingering tremor of fear from the previous days was gone. My body felt light, energized, as if I had been reborn. My mind, too, felt sharper, clearer, the chaotic jumble of recent events now organized into a terrifying but coherent narrative. The keepers, the Nexus, the veil, the fragments, it all felt real, ingrained in my understanding. I pushed myself up. The recess in the wall opened silently as I approached. I stepped out into the vast chamber. The crystal still pulsed with its kaleidoscope of colors, and the hundreds of keepers still sat in their meditative poses, silent and still. The air was cool, fresh, and filled with the ever-present, resonant hum of the Nexus. The keeper who had spoken to me earlier detached itself from the multitude and glided towards me. The white line of light pulsed on its face. "You are rested, Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated in my mind. "The Nexus has cleansed you, renewed you. You are ready to begin." I nodded, feeling a strange mix of apprehension and eagerness. Ready for what? To perceive, the keeper replied, to learn the truth of the veil, to see beyond the illusion of your material world. It extended one of its long, slender hands towards me. Its fingers, tipped with dark claws, were delicate, almost ethereal. Instinctively, I reached out and touched it. Its skin was smooth, cool, almost like polished stone, yet subtly yielding. As my fingers made contact, a surge of energy, not electrical, but something far more fundamental, coursed through me. It was like a million years of information compressed into a single, breathtaking moment. Images flooded my mind, not as distinct pictures, but as raw data, pure sensation. I saw the Earth not as a solid sphere, but as a vibrant, shimmering tapestry of energy, crisscrossed by unseen currents, swirling with ley lines and nodal points. The veil itself appeared as a luminous, multi-layered membrane, pulsing with light and shadow, alive. I saw the Nexus crystal not just as a physical object, but as a vast, intricate network of interconnected energies, drawing from the heart of the planet and beyond, maintaining the integrity of the veil in this region. Then the images shifted. I saw the fragments not as shadowy figures, but as twisted distortions in the fabric of the veil, predatory entities that clawed at its edges, seeking purchase. They were like parasites, feeding on the fear and ignorance of humanity, growing stronger as the veil thinned. And I understood the Keeper's earlier words. They seek to tear the veil completely, to reclaim your realm for their own chaotic designs. The influx of information was overwhelming, but my renewed mind absorbed it without shattering. It was as if a new sensory organ had been awakened within me. The Keeper withdrew its hand. The surge of information subsided, leaving me breathless, my mind humming with the echoes of what I had seen. You have been shown the basic truths, the Keeper's voice resonated. Now you must learn to navigate them, to understand the currents, to recognize the subtle shifts. Your physical eyes perceive only a fraction of what is real. We will help you see with your inner eye. It gestured with its head towards the center of the chamber, towards the colossal crystal. The Nexus is your teacher. Its song will guide you. Listen, Mark, son of echoes. Listen to the resonance of the universe. I walked towards the crystal, drawn by an irresistible force. As I approached, the kaleidoscope of colors seemed to deepen, to invite me in. The hum intensified, no longer just a background drone, but a complex symphony of vibrations, each note carrying a layer of information, a thread of the great weave. I placed my hands on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal. It thrummed beneath my palms, a living entity of pure energy. As I focused, closing my eyes, the hum intensified further, filling my entire being. The whispers, which had been unintelligible before, now began to resolve into patterns, into a language of pure thought that bypassed my conscious mind and spoke directly to my awakening intuition. I spent what felt like days or perhaps weeks by the Nexus. Time in this chamber lost all meaning. I meditated, guided by the silent presence of the Keepers and the resonant wisdom of the crystal. I learned to quiet my mind, to open myself to the subtle currents of the veil. The Keepers, though they rarely spoke in my mind, would occasionally offer a guiding thought, a gentle push in a new direction of understanding. They showed me how to focus my resonance, how to perceive the energies of the valley, how to differentiate between the natural ebb and flow of the veil and the destructive influence of the fragments. I learned that the symbol, the two parallel lines intersected by a wavy line, was not just a marker, but a sigil of balance, representing the two realms held apart by the wavy line of the veil. It was a visual representation of the Nexus itself, a protective ward, and a calling card for those who understood. I learned that my initial echo experience, the mimicry of my voice, was a rudimentary attempt by the fragments to connect, to draw me in. They had perceived my nascent resonance, my accidental thinning of the veil around me, and had sought to exploit it. The stone they left in my pack, the same symbol, was a crude attempt at communication, a sign of their awareness, their claim. I also learned that my resonance was not just passive. It was a subtle energy, a kind of internal frequency that, when focused, could interact with the veil. I could, with effort, perceive the thinning points, the subtle tears, the places where the fragments exerted their influence. It was like seeing the world with an entirely new dimension, where shadows had weight and silence had depth. My training was not just mental. I had to learn to move through the veil not physically but spiritually. The keepers guided me in practices that bordered on lucid dreaming and out-of-body experiences. I would lie on the mossy bed or stand by the crystal and allow my consciousness to detach, to flow into the currents of the veil. In these experiences, the chamber and the keepers would fade, replaced by a swirling, luminous landscape of pure energy. I would see the valley as a complex network of forces, the trees as conduits, the river as a flowing artery. I would feel the cold, dark tendrils of the fragments, attempting to latch onto my perception, to distort my understanding, to pull me into their chaotic domain. It was terrifying, a constant battle of will and focus. But each time I learned to resist, to push them back, to find my way back to the safety of the nexus. The keepers never offered praise, never showed emotion, but I felt their steady, unwavering support. They were ancient beings of profound patience, their purpose unwavering for millennia. One day, as I stood before the crystal, feeling the veil's currents flow through me, the keeper from my first awakening approached. Its line of light glowed with unusual intensity. "The time for mere perception is nearing its end, Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated. "The veil is under greater strain. The fragments are growing bolder, more numerous. They are not merely feeding now, they are seeking a permanent breach." A cold dread settled in my stomach. A breach where? "The great root," the keeper replied, the thought carrying a gravity that made the very air in the chamber feel heavy. "They are consolidating their power there. They seek to tear it open fully, to unleash their full force into your realm." "What does that mean?" "It means a gradual unraveling of your reality," the keeper explained. "A blurring of the lines, shadows made real, fears made manifest, an incursion of chaos that will spread like a disease, consuming your world from within. Your kind will not understand it, will not be able to fight it with their instruments of war. It will simply distort them." The image of a world descending into madness where nightmares walked freely flashed through my mind. It was horrifying. "So, what do we do? What do I do?" "You are the bridge, Mark," the keeper stated. "The conduit, your unique resonance is the key. You must go to the great root." My heart hammered against my ribs. The great root. The monstrous tree with the dark abyss, the place where the shadow figure had explicitly forbidden me to enter. "But you said I wasn't ready then," I stammered, "and you told me not to enter." "Then you were a vulnerable beacon, ignorant of the currents," the keeper responded. "Now you have learned, you have the sight, you have a purpose. You will not enter as a victim, but as an agent of balance. You will go to seal the breach, to reinforce the veil at the great root before it is too late." "Seal the breach how?" I asked, still reeling from the sudden shift from learning to direct action. Your resonance focused through the sigil, the keeper instructed. The energy of the nexus flows through you. You will become a living conduit. You will mend the tear they seek to exploit. It sounded impossibly difficult, perhaps even suicidal. What if I can't? Then the consequence is known, the keeper replied, its thought voice devoid of judgment, only stating a fact of dire importance. The balance will be lost, the great weave will unravel further. The weight of responsibility settled upon me, immense and suffocating. My life, my world, all hinged on my ability to perform this unimaginable task. You will not be alone, Mark, the keeper's voice softened, a subtle reassurance. We will guide you from the nexus, we will empower your resonance, but the act itself, that must be yours. The keeper turned and gestured towards a small, almost unnoticeable opening in the polished stone wall, different from the one that had been my bed. It was narrow, just wide enough for me to pass through. The way out, the keeper explained, it will lead you back to the paths of the forest, to the great root. I looked at the opening, then back at the majestic crystal, the silent multitude, and the unblinking, pulsing light of the keeper before me. This was it, the culmination of my nightmare journey and the beginning of my purpose. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. What do I need to take? I asked, thinking of my forgotten pack. Only yourself, Mark, son of echoes, the keeper replied. Your resonance is your tool, your will, your weapon. The sigil will guide you. The nexus will empower you. Go. I nodded, a grim determination settling over me. I walked towards the opening. As I approached, it seemed to widen slightly, beckoning me into the familiar, yet now profoundly altered, forest. I stepped through, leaving the resonant hum and the quiet majesty of the nexus behind. The moment I passed the threshold, the opening shimmered and sealed itself, leaving no trace. I was back in the ancient forest, but it was no longer the same forest I had stumbled through in blind terror. My senses, sharpened by weeks, or was it days, I couldn't tell, of training at the nexus, perceived the world in a new light. The trees were not just wood and leaves, they were conduits of energy, their roots tapping into the deep currents of the earth. The air shimmered with unseen forces, the veil now a palpable presence, a translucent membrane separating two realities. I looked down at my hands. They seemed subtly different, more attuned, almost glowing faintly with an inner energy. I felt the nexus humming within me, a distant but powerful connection, an invisible thread stretching back to the great crystal. My pack, my clothes, my old identity, all were gone. I was dressed in simple, dark, cowl-like garments, similar to the keeper's, woven from what felt like soft, pliable moss and bark. It felt natural, a part of the forest, blending seamlessly with the shadows. I felt no hunger, no thirst, only a focused energy. I started walking, not blindly, but with an inner compass, a subtle pull that guided me. The sigil, the two parallel lines intersected by the wavy line, burned in my mind's eye, a silent map. I knew the way to the great root, not from memory of the trail, but from an innate understanding of the energy currents that flowed through the forest. The forest was still dense, still ancient, but it no longer felt hostile in the same way. It felt aware, and I felt a part of it, a thread in its complex tapestry. I moved with a new agility, my footsteps light and silent on the mossy ground. I could perceive the subtle shifts in the veil, the pockets where it thinned, the places where the fragments exerted their pressure. And I could feel them, The fragments. Their presence was a cold, oppressive weight in the air, a distortion in the natural harmony. They were denser, more numerous, as the keeper had warned. They pulsed with malice, their tendrils of influence reaching out, testing the veil, seeking weakness. As I drew closer to the great root, their presence became almost suffocating. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang and the scent of decay. The trees here were twisted, their branches gnarled and dark, their leaves sparse and sickly. The ground was barren, choked with strange, skeletal plants that seemed to writhe in the shadows. I saw the wooden stakes again, marking a path, but this time I understood their true meaning. They were not just markers, they were rudimentary attempts by the keepers to channel and stabilize the veil to contain the growing corruption. Each one thrummed faintly with the energy of the sigil, a silent sentinel. Then through the gnarled trees I saw it, the great root. It loomed even larger than I remembered, a monstrous column of twisted, dark wood, its canopy a black mass against the faint, gray sky that filtered through the oppressive gloom. The giant sigil carved into its bark seemed to pulse with an unnatural, sickly light. And around its base the air shimmered with dark, swirling energies. The veil here was thin, almost transparent, a fragile membrane stretched to its breaking point. I could see the fragments clearly now, not just as shadows, but as undulating masses of darkness, like living, swirling voids clawing at the edges of reality. They were almost material, their forms shifting indistinct, but their hunger was palpable, a gnawing emptiness that radiated outward. The low, rhythmic thumping I had heard before was now a constant, resonant roar emanating from within the tree. It was the sound of the veil straining, tearing, as the fragments exerted their full pressure. I walked towards the great root, every step a conscious act of will, suppressing the primal fear that tried to claw its way back. This was it. The confrontation, my purpose. As I neared the base of the tree, the swirling dark energies intensified, almost physically pushing against me. The fragments, sensing my approach, turned their indistinct forms towards me. I felt their awareness, a cold, hungry intelligence that sought to probe, to unravel me. The echo awakens, a voice, a chorus of sibilant whispers resonated directly in my mind. It was not the calm, clear voice of the keeper, but a discordant, multi-layered cacophony filled with malevolence and mockery. The little light comes to dim its flame. I ignored them, focusing on the pulsing sigil carved into the tree. It thrummed with both the corrupted energy of the fragments and the desperate, fading resonance of its original purpose. I reached out my hands, placing them on the ancient, gnarled bark directly over the carved symbol. The wood was cold, almost brittle, and vibrated violently with the struggle between realities. As my hands made contact, the nexus surged within me. A river of pure, luminous energy, channeled from the vast crystal miles away, flowed through my being, through my outstretched arms, and into the sigil. The symbol on the tree flared, momentarily glowing with a blinding, pure white light, pushing back the oppressive darkness. The fragments shrieked, a sound that tore at the very fabric of my mind and recoiled, momentarily driven back by the surge of energy. "Fool," the fragment chorus hissed in my mind, "you cannot stop what is destined. The veil will break. This world is ours." I gritted my teeth, focusing all my will, all my newfound perception on the sigil. The energy poured through me, hot and vital. I felt the tears in the veil like ragged wounds, and I began to weave to mend, to reinforce, guiding the pure nexus energy to seal the breaches. It was like trying to stitch torn fabric with pure light, an act of creation against an overwhelming force of destruction. The fragments attacked, not physically, but with assaults on my mind. Waves of fear, doubt, despair, and the most horrifying nightmares I could ever imagine flooded my consciousness. They showed me visions of my family consumed by shadow, of my world twisted into unrecognizable horror, of myself helpless and screaming, lost in the chaotic void. But the Nexus held me. The distant hum of the crystal was my anchor, the silent strength of the keepers my shield. I pushed back, drawing on the resonance, feeling my own energy intertwine with that of the Nexus. I was no longer just Mark, I was a conduit, a living link between realms. The white light from the sigil pulsed, expanding, pushing further into the corrupt darkness of the great root. I could feel the tree itself shuddering, responding to the healing energy, fighting back against the centuries of taint. The battle raged not with swords and fire, but with will and essence, with the very fabric of reality. My body trembled, sweat beaded on my brow, but my resolve did not waver. I poured everything I had, everything I was, into the sigil, into the mend. Slowly, agonizingly, the dark, swirling energies around the base of the tree began to recede. The sickly light on the sigil shifted, becoming purer, stronger. The rhythmic thumping from within the tree began to diminish, replaced by a softer, more stable vibration. The fragment chorus shrieked one last, furious, desperate cry, a sound of frustrated rage and retreat. "This is not over, Echo. The weaver sleeps, the veil still thins, we will return." And then, with a final, shuddering surge, the darkness retracted completely, melting back into the hidden recesses of the veil. The air cleared, the metallic tang dissipated, and the oppressive weight lifted. The great root, though still gnarled and ancient, felt cleaner. The sigil on its bark now glowed with a steady, pure white light, no longer sickly but strong, a vibrant ward. I collapsed against the tree, utterly drained, my legs shaking, my mind numb. The Nexus energy receded, leaving me feeling hollow, exhausted to my very core. The battle was over. For now, I had succeeded. I had sealed the breach. I pushed myself away from the tree, my eyes scanning the silent, now less menacing, forest. The air was clearer, lighter. The sense of profound malice was gone, replaced by a quiet, watchful stillness. The sigil on the tree pulsed gently, a silent sentinel against the darkness. I had done it. I had used my resonance, wielded the power of the Nexus, and pushed back the fragments. I was no longer just Mark, the lost backpacker. I was Mark, son of Echoes, a guardian of the Veil. But the Keeper's last words echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder. This is not over, the Weaver sleeps. The veil still thins, we will return. This was just the beginning. I had won a battle, but the war for reality itself was far from over. I was alone now in the heart of this ancient valley with a profound new purpose and a terrifying new enemy. The path forward was uncertain, but one thing was clear: my life, and perhaps the fate of my world, would never be the same. I took a deep, shaky breath, feeling the faint, distant hum of the Nexus crystal within me, a silent promise of guidance. I was ready. The immense exhaustion that followed the sealing of the breach was bone deep, a profound emptiness where vital energy had been. My limbs trembled, my mind felt like a hollowed-out cavern, and a sudden crushing wave of hunger and thirst hit me with brutal force. For weeks, or whatever incomprehensible duration I had spent in the Nexus, I had felt neither. The keeper's words, "You are rested, the nexus has cleansed you, renewed you," made sense now. The crystal's energy had sustained me, bypassed my basic human needs. Now, without that constant flow, my human biology screamed its protest. I slid down the rough bark of the great root, collapsing onto the barren, mossy ground at its base. The sigil on the tree pulsed gently, a soft, reassuring glow in the muted light of the forest, a testament to the battle just fought and won. For now, the fragment's parting words, a chilling echo in my memory, reminded me that this peace was fragile, temporary. "This is not over, Echo. The weaver sleeps, the veil still thins, we will return." My stomach growled, a surprisingly loud, mundane sound in the otherwise profound silence. My mouth was parched. I needed water, I needed food. My keeper garments, while blending with the forest, offered no pockets, no supplies. My pack, with its emergency rations and water filter, felt like a relic from a forgotten life. "Nexus," I whispered, trying to reach out with my mind to feel the distant hum, to ask for guidance. But my resonance felt dim, almost spent. The connection was there, a faint, comforting thrum beneath the surface of my consciousness, but it felt like a whisper across a vast distance. No immediate answer came, no guiding thought from the keeper. It seemed my first task, having saved a corner of reality, was to address the very human, very immediate need for survival. I pushed myself up, slowly, painfully. My legs felt like lead, but the profound sense of exhaustion was slowly giving way to a weary determination. I had a new body, a new perception, but it was still my body, and it demanded sustenance. Water first, the river, that turbulent, dark river I had crossed on the bridge of light. Was it safe to drink? I instinctively recoiled from the thought. Its waters had felt wrong, tainted. Yet it was the only body of water I knew of. I began to move, putting one foot in front of the other, following the subtle energy currents I now perceived. They were faint for me in my depleted state, but still discernible, guiding me away from the corrupted aura of the great root, towards the less disturbed parts of the forest, and eventually towards the distant, shimmering lines that marked the flow of the river. The journey was slow, arduous. My newly attuned senses, though dulled by fatigue, still picked up on the subtle shifts in the veil, the faint traces of the fragment's presence lingering in the shadows. It was like seeing ghosts, ripples in the air where something dark had recently been, a constant reminder of the unseen war. After what felt like hours, battling aching muscles and a pounding headache, I emerged onto the riverbank. It was a different section from where I had crossed, wilder, overgrown. The water still churned with its unnatural energy, still emanated that faint metallic tang. The phosphorescent glow was still present in its depths, though fainter in the midday gloom that perpetually clung to this ancient forest. I knelt at the edge, peering into the dark current. My resonance, even in its weakened state, perceived the river's unique composition. It was indeed imbued with raw, ancient energy, a conduit of the veil itself, but it wasn't inherently malicious. It was wild, untamed, and the metallic tang I now understood was not a pollutant in the human sense, but a byproduct of the intense, energetic currents. Cautiously, I cupped my hands and scooped up some water. It felt cool, almost invigorating against my skin. The luminous particles within it pulsed faintly. I hesitated, then brought it to my lips. It tasted strange, mineral-rich, with a subtle, almost electric tang, but it wasn't unpleasant. More importantly, it felt clean, pure in its own primordial way. I drank deeply, letting the cool liquid soothe my parched throat. It was like drinking liquid light, and with each swallow, a faint tremor of the Nexus's energy seemed to stir within me, a subtle rekindling. Revitalized, though still famished, I knew my next challenge was food. This was a wilderness, but a strange one. I had seen no animals, no fish in the river, nothing that suggested a conventional ecosystem. The vegetation was alien, and I had no idea what was safe to eat. I tried to reach out with my resonance again, this time focusing on the surrounding plant life, seeking a connection, an intuitive understanding of its properties. It was like trying to decipher a foreign language with only a few words learned. I could sense vague energies, a life force, but no clear translation for edibility. Seek that which feeds the natural flow, a thought voice, faint but clear, resonated in my mind. It was the keeper. The veil provides if you know how to ask. Ask? How did I ask? I looked around, feeling foolish. Did I need to speak to a tree? I closed my eyes, focusing on the keeper's words. Feeds the natural flow. I opened my mind, extending my perception. I felt the subtle currents of the veil flowing through the forest, connecting everything. I followed the threads of energy, sensing where they converged, where life gathered. My attention was drawn to a cluster of small, bioluminescent mushrooms growing on the side of a fallen, moss-covered log. They glowed with a soft, inviting blue light, almost hypnotic. My old self would have immediately dismissed them as poisonous, but my new perception picked up a faint, nourishing energy emanating from them. They were part of the natural flow, not a distortion. I cautiously approached, kneeling beside the log. The mushrooms were firm, cool to the touch. I plucked one, its stalk snapping cleanly. A faint, earthy scent, surprisingly pleasant, reached me. I looked at it, then at the forest, then at the distant, silent presence of the nexus within my mind. I had to trust this new perception, this intuitive guidance. I took a small bite. It was unexpectedly sweet, with a delicate, almost metallic aftertaste, similar to the river water. It melted on my tongue, leaving a warm, nourishing sensation in my stomach. It wasn't a conventional meal, but it satisfied the gnawing hunger. I ate several more, feeling my strength slowly return. With my immediate needs addressed, a new sense of purpose settled in. I had sealed the breach, but the keeper had said, "This is not over." The veil was still thinning. The weaver still slept, and the fragments still prowled. I needed to understand more to prepare. My resonance felt stronger now, the nexuses hum a more distinct presence in my mind. I decided to try and find my way back to the nexus. The keeper had said the way out of the nexus led back to the paths of the forest. But where did I re-enter? I closed my eyes, focusing, letting my internal compass guide me. The energy currents of the veil, which had once felt like an indecipherable tangle, now resolved into clearer paths, flowing lines of force. I felt a distinct, powerful pull, like an invisible tether, stretching across the miles directly towards the nexus. I began to walk, my movements more confident now, guided by an unseen force. The forest was no longer a terrifying labyrinth, but a complex, living tapestry whose patterns I was slowly beginning to understand. I could perceive the unique energy signature of different trees, the subtle flow of nutrients through the soil, the silent, slow dance of growth and decay. As I walked, I started to notice other things. The subtle distortions in the veil that marked the lingering presence of the fragments. They were like smudges on a clean pane of glass, dark ripples in the otherwise vibrant flow of energy. They were weaker now, pushed back from the great root, but still present, still watching. I felt their cold, calculating intelligence, their patient malevolence. They were everywhere, yet nowhere, a pervasive threat. I also began to perceive the older markers, the stakes with the sigil, in a new way. They weren't just carvings, they were imbued with a faint, stabilizing energy acting as minor focal points, drawing the natural currents of the veil and redirecting them, reinforcing its integrity. They were like acupuncture needles in the vast body of the forest, placed by the keepers over millennia. After another period of walking, still unsure how much time had passed, I reached a clearing. In its center stood a towering, ancient tree unlike any I had seen. It wasn't the monstrous great root, nor the giant, rhythmic tree I had first encountered, but something else entirely. Its bark was smooth, almost metallic, shimmering with a soft, ethereal light, and its branches reached towards the sky in intricate, spiraling patterns. At its base, nestled amongst its roots, was a small, unassuming mound of earth and stone. It seemed to vibrate with a familiar energy. As I approached the mound, it slowly began to shift, the stones parting, revealing an opening, a narrow archway. It was the entrance. The subtle shimmer of the nexus's internal luminescence spilled out. I stepped through, and the familiar, resonant hum enveloped me once more. The chamber was as I had left it, vast and silent, the colossal crystalline spire pulsing with light, the hundreds of keepers sitting motionless in their meditative poses. As I entered, the keeper who had first spoken to me detached itself from the multitude and glided forward. The thin, white line of light on its featureless face pulsed gently. "You have returned, Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated in my mind, calm and clear, "and you have achieved your first task." I nodded, feeling a surge of relief and quiet pride. I did, but they said they would return, that the veil still thins. "Indeed," the keeper affirmed, "the great root is mended for now, but it is one wound in a tapestry that is fraying in many places. The fragments are vast in their numbers, ancient in their malice. They are a constant pressure against the veil." "So what's next?" I asked, feeling a strange blend of apprehension and readiness. My human fears were still there, but they were now overshadowed by a profound sense of purpose. "You must deepen your understanding, Mark," the keeper instructed. "The battle at the great root was an act of focused will, guided by us. But to truly become the bridge, to weave the veil on your own, you must master the ancient lore. You must learn the songs of creation." Songs of creation, the term resonated with an almost physical vibration in my mind. What are they? "The fundamental frequencies of the great weave," the keeper explained. "The patterns of energy that shaped reality, the incantations that build, that mend, that protect. They are not sounds in your human tongue, but pure concepts imbued with formative power. The Nexus holds them. We, the keepers, remember them. You, as an echo, have the unique capacity to channel and resonate with them." "Your resonance is a tuning fork, Mark," the keeper continued. "It allows you to perceive the song, to sing it not with your voice but with your essence. It is the true language of the veil." The task felt immense, even overwhelming, but the prospect of wielding such profound power, of truly understanding the underlying structure of reality, was undeniably exhilarating. "Come," the keeper gestured towards the colossal crystal. "The Nexus awaits, the lessons begin." I walked towards the crystal, a sense of familiar calm settling over me. The hum intensified as I approached, wrapping around me like a warm blanket of ancient energy. I placed my hands on its cool, smooth surface, closing my eyes and opening my mind. The learning that followed was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It transcended language, bypassing my conscious mind entirely, imprinting itself directly onto my awakening spirit. Time again lost all meaning within the nexus. I existed in a state of heightened awareness, constantly absorbing, constantly processing. The keepers, sometimes individually, sometimes as a collective, would guide my meditations. They would project complex energy patterns into my mind, allowing me to perceive the intricate dance of forces that constituted the veil. I learned to differentiate between the myriad forms of energy, the vibrant, life-affirming flow of the natural world, the cool, structural stability of the veil itself, and the chaotic, corrosive entropy of the fragments. The songs of creation were indeed not literal songs, but complex energetic signatures. I learned to perceive them as flowing patterns, as shimmering geometries of light and sound that existed beyond human perception. Each song had a purpose, a song for mending, a song for reinforcing, a song for warding, a song for shielding. It was like learning a new language, but instead of words, I was learning the very syntax of existence. My resonance, the keeper had called it a tuning fork, became more finely tuned. I could now, with focused intent, project my consciousness into the veil with greater control and clarity. I practiced traversing the energetic landscape of the valley, moving through the shimmering currents, perceiving the nexus as a central sun, the great root as a scarred but mended artery, the keeper stakes as glowing pinpricks of stability. I also learned more about the fragments. They were not a monolithic entity, but a myriad of disparate beings, all driven by the same hunger for chaos and consumption. Some were mere scavengers, attracted to fear and discord like flies to a carcass. Others were more intelligent, more malevolent, coordinating their efforts to probe for weaknesses, to manipulate the veil. They were shape-shifters, capable of mirroring human fears, of twisting perceptions, of sowing madness. My encounter in the tent, the whispered mimicry, the shadow creature, these were all different facets of their insidious nature. The keeper spoke to me through my mind, often for long periods, delving into the ancient history of their kind and the great weave. We are the last of our kind in this region, Mark. It resonated one cycle, its thought voice tinged with a subtle, ancient sorrow. Once the keepers spanned many worlds, tending the great weave, ensuring the flow of creation across myriad realities. But the sundering, it separated us, scattered us. Many of our kin chose to merge with the nascent veil, becoming its very fabric, their consciousness diffused. Others chose to journey beyond, seeking new nexuses in distant stars. We remained bound to this nexus, to this thinning point, for its strategic importance. The Weaver, I asked, remembering the fragment's words. Who is the Weaver? A mythical figure even to us now, the keeper replied. An ancient entity, a primordial consciousness that wove the great weave itself. Many legends say the Weaver simply slept when the sundering occurred, exhausted from the act of creation. But its essence remains, diffused throughout the veil. When the fragments say the Weaver sleeps, they taunt us, for they know its awakening would be their undoing. But the Weaver's slumber is deep, Mark, spanning eons. I spent untold cycles honing my abilities. My body, sustained by the nexus, felt perpetually vibrant, energetic. My consciousness expanded, my mind now capable of holding vast amounts of information, of processing multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The simple, cowl-like garments I wore felt like a second skin, almost like an extension of my spiritual self. My human memories, my old life, began to recede, not forgotten but distant, like faded photographs. The screens, the graphics, the mundane worries, they felt utterly irrelevant in the face of the cosmic struggle unfolding around me. I was no longer Mark, the graphics designer. I was Mark, son of echoes, a nascent weaver of the veil. One day, as I stood by the crystal, my consciousness fully immersed in the intricate patterns of the veil, a subtle tremor ran through the chamber. The hum of the Nexus crystal deepened, becoming a low, urgent thrum. The hundreds of silent keepers, for the first time since my arrival, stirred. Their featureless faces, previously turned towards the crystal, slowly turned towards each other, their collective consciousness a silent surge of alarm. The keeper who had been my primary guide glided towards me, its line of light pulsing with an unprecedented intensity. "Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated, filled with a new urgency, a profound gravity that made my heart pound with anticipation. "The fragments have made their move. A major incursion has begun." "Where?" I asked, my voice steady, no longer trembling with fear, but imbued with a fierce determination. "Not within this valley directly," the keeper clarified, "but close, beyond the mountain range that shields this nexus. They have found a new point of weakness, a nascent tear in the veil forming around a gathering of your kind." My kind, humans, the world outside. The thought brought a sudden, sharp pang of concern, a reawakening of my human connection to that distant realm. What kind of gathering? "A confluence of belief, of focused intent," the keeper explained. "They call it a festival. A gathering where the collective human consciousness creates a unique energetic signature, a ripple that thins the veil. The fragments exploit these vulnerabilities." A festival, music, crowds, celebration, a vibrant, chaotic energy that would be an irresistible lure for chaotic entities. What are they doing? "They are attempting to breach the veil fully, Mark," the keeper replied, its thought voice now a torrent of urgent information. "To anchor themselves within your reality, not as shadows, but as manifest entities. This would be a deeper, more profound incursion than any before it, a permanent foothold. The consequences would be devastating." "The world would know true madness," another keeper's thought voice, one I hadn't heard before, joined in, a chorus of shared concern. "Chaos would reign, sanity would fray. The great weave would begin to unravel across your entire realm." The image of my world, the one I had left behind, descending into unspeakable horror, spurred me into action. "I have to go," I said, not as a question, but a declaration. "I have to stop them." "Indeed," the primary keeper affirmed. "This is your greatest trial, Mark, your purpose. You must go beyond the valley into the world of your kind and seal this breach. You must use the songs of creation to reinforce the veil, to push them back, to prevent their anchoring." "How do I find it?" I asked. "This festival?" "Your resonance will guide you, Mark," the keeper instructed. "The nexus will empower you. Focus. Feel the distortion. Feel the tear. It will be a wound screaming in the veil, a beacon of chaos." "You must also use the sigil," another keeper's voice added. "It is not just a marker, but a key, a focus. It will concentrate your will, channel the Nexus's power." I nodded, feeling the familiar hum of the crystal within me, stronger now than ever before, a vast river of energy awaiting my command. The songs of creation, complex as they were now ingrained in my being, humming beneath the surface of my consciousness. My mind's eye saw the intricate patterns, the luminous geometries, ready to be wielded. "The way out," the primary keeper gestured towards a different opening in the chamber wall, one I hadn't noticed before. This one was larger, leading into a dark tunnel, shimmering with the subtle energies of the veil. "It will lead you beyond the mountain, to the edge of their gathering." I walked towards the opening, a solemn determination filling me. This was it, the true test. I was leaving the sanctuary, the training ground, and venturing back into the world I had once called home, a world utterly unaware of the cosmic war being fought on its behalf. Before I stepped through, I paused, turning back to the keepers. "What about you?" I asked. "Will you be able to help me from here?" The primary keeper's line of light pulsed. "Our connection to you will be maintained, Mark. The Nexus will channel its power through you. We will be your anchor, your shield. But beyond the mountain, the veil is thicker, less permeable. Our direct influence will be diminished. The final act that must be yours alone." I nodded, understanding the gravity of its words. I was the bridge, I was the agent. This was my fight. With a final deep breath, I stepped into the tunnel, leaving the Nexus and its silent guardians behind. The opening sealed itself behind me, plunging me into a darkness that was absolute, yet not terrifying. My new senses, my inner eye, perceived the intricate weave of the veil around me, the flow of energy, guiding me forward. The tunnel was long, winding, sloping ever upward. I moved with a new agility, my feet finding purchase even in the gloom. I felt no fatigue, no hunger, no thirst. The Nexus's energy sustained me, kept me vigilant. As I ascended, I began to feel a change in the air, a subtle shift in the veil. It grew thinner, more agitated, humming with a frenetic, disharmonious energy. I focused my resonance, pushing my perception outward beyond the confines of the tunnel. And then I felt it, a raw, gaping wound in the veil, a vortex of chaotic energy pulsating with human emotions, joy, fear, excitement, confusion, all twisted and amplified by the insidious presence of the fragments. It was like a siren's call to chaos, and it was growing stronger with every step I took. The tunnel eventually opened onto a high mountain pass. The air was cold, crisp, and filled with the scent of pine and something else, something chemical and metallic, mixed with the faint, sweet smell of human sweat and campfire smoke. Below me, nestled in a vast, sprawling valley, was the festival. Thousands upon thousands of tiny lights twinkled in the dusk, stretching out across the landscape, tents, campfires, vehicle headlights. A low, rhythmic bass, a pulsating beat of electronic music, vibrated through the ground even from this distance. The collective hum of human activity, normally a comforting sound, now felt like a chaotic roar, a magnet for the dark entities. And around it all, like a shroud of festering darkness, I could see the fragments. They were everywhere, swirling, coalescing, pressing against the already thin veil. They weren't just shadows here, they were semi-manifest, their indistinct forms flickering at the edges of my vision, their hunger a palpable weight in the air. Their influence was already seeping into the edges of the human gathering, distorting perceptions, amplifying negative emotions, sowing discord. I saw flashes of arguments, irrational fear, momentary lapses into anger, brief glimpses of panic in the crowd. They were feeding, growing stronger, preparing for the full breach. My gaze fell upon a particular point in the center of the festival, where a massive stage pulsed with dazzling lights and deafening music. There, at the epicenter of the human activity, the veil was stretched thinnest, a fragile membrane ready to burst, and within that fragile membrane I could see them, the larger, more powerful fragments, concentrating their efforts, twisting the energies, attempting to anchor themselves. They were like dark anchors, tearing at the fabric of reality. This was the breach, and it was far more active, far more immediate than anything I had encountered at the Great Root. I began my descent from the mountain pass, moving with a focused intensity. My mission was clear: reach the epicenter, the main stage, and use the songs of creation to reinforce the veil, to seal the breach before the fragments could make their permanent crossing. As I got closer, the sounds of the festival became a cacophony, assaulting my senses. The throbbing music, the roar of the crowd, the flashing lights, it was a chaotic symphony, and the fragments reveled in it. Their presence grew denser, more oppressive, their whispering chorus a pervasive hum of malice in my mind. They perceived me, of course. My resonance, amplified by the nexus and my renewed purpose, was a beacon in their darkness. The echo comes again, their collective voice hissed in my mind, 1,000 sibilant voices blending into one mocking chorus. The foolish light believes it can halt the tide. I ignored them, focusing on the path ahead. I blended with the streams of people, a strange figure in my cowl-like garments, but in the eclectic environment of a music festival, I was just another oddity. Most people were too absorbed in their own revelry, or too subtly affected by the fragments' influence to pay me much mind. But some did. As I passed, I caught glimpses of people whose eyes held a strange, vacant look, their movements jerky, unnatural. Others stared at me, a flicker of fear or confusion in their gaze, as if they almost, but not quite, perceived the truth of my being or the pervasive darkness around them. The fragments began to actively interfere, attempting to block my path. Not physically, but by twisting perceptions. I saw illusions, friends suddenly turning hostile, paths disappearing, visions of horrifying entities flickering at the edge of my sight, but my training held. I filtered out the noise, saw through the illusions, my inner eye piercing the veil of deception. "You cannot pass, Echo," the fragments snarled in my mind, their voices filled with frustrated rage. "The hour of truth approaches, this world will be ours." I reached the sprawling main area of the festival, a vast open space before the towering stage. Thousands of people danced, sang, and lost themselves in the pulsating rhythm. The air crackled with energy, a volatile mix of human emotion and encroaching chaos. The breach was directly above the stage, a swirling vortex of dark energy, clearly visible to my enhanced perception. It was like a gaping maw in the sky, slowly widening, slowly reaching down, seeking to swallow this corner of reality. And through it, I could see the forms of truly immense fragments, beings of pure shadow and hunger trying to force their way through. I pushed my way through the throng, moving towards the stage. The music was deafening, the lights blinding. I could feel the veil groaning under the strain, tearing open. As I got closer, the fragments intensified their assault. They wrapped tendrils of fear and doubt around my mind, trying to paralyze me, to make me question my purpose, my sanity. I saw my mother's face, twisted in a silent scream. My father, drowning in a sea of shadows. It was a potent attack designed to break my will. But I remembered the nexus, the silent strength of the keepers, the power of the crystal. I drew on it, focused my resonance, and pushed back, shielding my mind, reciting the mental patterns of a song of warding. The illusions flickered, weakened, and then dissolved. I reached the front of the stage, pushing past bewildered security guards who seemed to stare right through me. The roar of the crowd was overwhelming, but I focused on the breach, on the swirling vortex above. It was massive, easily hundreds of feet across, a direct conduit to the chaotic realm of the fragments. I climbed onto the stage, making my way towards the center, ignoring the bewildered glances of the musicians, who, absorbed in their performance, didn't seem to truly register my presence. My destination was directly beneath the gaping tear in the veil. I stood there in the blinding spotlights amidst the thunderous music, a solitary figure in strange, dark robes. I raised my hands, feeling the nexus surge within me, the power flowing through my veins like liquid light. I closed my eyes and focused my entire being on the breach above. The sigil, the symbol of balance, burned in my mind's eye. It was my anchor, my focus. I began to weave. I called upon the songs of creation, not with sound, but with pure intent, with the very essence of my being. The first song was one of mending. I extended my will, projecting luminous patterns of pure energy towards the ragged edges of the breach. It was like knitting with light, drawing the torn threads of the veil back together, slowly, agonizingly. The fragments shrieked, a sound that ripped through the cacophony of the music, though only I could truly hear its agonizing depth. They launched a furious counterattack, sending waves of raw, chaotic energy towards me, trying to disrupt my focus, to tear open the mended fabric. I felt the resistance, the immense pressure of their combined will, like a physical weight pressing down on me. My body trembled, every fiber of my being strained to hold the mending song. I could feel the chaotic energy trying to infiltrate my own resonance, to unravel my consciousness. But I held fast. I remembered the keepers training, their ancient wisdom. I was the bridge, I was the conduit, I was the weaver. Then I initiated the second song, a song of reinforcement. This was a deeper, more profound pattern designed to strengthen the veil, to make it denser, more resilient. Luminous geometric patterns, shimmering with ethereal light, emanated from my outstretched hands, coalescing above me, spreading outwards, pushing against the encroaching darkness. The fragments roared with rage, their efforts now desperate. The gigantic entities within the breach clawed and tore at the closing tier, their forms writhing in frustrated agony. They intensified their mental assault, bombarding me with horrifying visions, with despair so profound it threatened to shatter my very soul. I stumbled, my knees threatening to buckle, but I pushed through, my will unwavering. The hum of the nexus, distant but powerful, was a constant reinforcement, pouring energy into me, sustaining me. I envisioned the sigil, glowing brightly, acting as a shield against their psychic onslaught. My voice, unheard by the multitude, cried out in my mind, a silent shout of defiance. You will not pass. The luminous patterns pulsed, strengthened. The breach slowly, inexorably, began to shrink. The dark forms of the fragments within it were being squeezed, pushed back, their efforts to anchor themselves failing. The music of the festival, which had been a chaotic backdrop, now seemed to merge with the songs of creation, becoming a strange, distorted symphony. The lights on the stage pulsed in rhythm with my struggle, though no one else seemed to notice the cosmic battle unfolding before them. Finally, with a last monumental surge of energy, I unleashed a song of warding, a protective barrier of pure, stable energy. The luminous patterns solidified, forming an impenetrable membrane across the closing breach. The fragments, trapped and screaming, were violently repelled, pushed back into their own chaotic realm as the veil sealed shut. The vortex above the stage imploded with a silent whoosh that only I perceived, leaving behind a sky that, though still darkened by the approaching night, was no longer marred by a gaping tear. The overwhelming sense of malice, the oppressive weight lifted. I swayed, my entire being utterly spent, drained beyond anything I had ever experienced. The Nexus's energy, which had flowed through me like a river, now felt like a faint trickle. My body screamed in protest, every muscle aching, every nerve singing with exhaustion. I collapsed onto the stage, falling to my knees, then slumping forward, my head resting on the cool, metallic surface. The roar of the crowd, the pulsating music, all returned to normal as if nothing had happened. No one seemed to have noticed the cosmic ballet that had just unfolded. The musicians looked down at me, a strange figure in their midst, but their gazes were filled with mild confusion, not panic. I lay there for a long moment, catching my breath, feeling the profound emptiness of my energy reserves. The battle was won. The breach was sealed for now. I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, my limbs feeling like lead. I looked out at the vast crowd, thousands of faces, lost in their revelry, utterly oblivious to the catastrophe they had just narrowly avoided, thanks to the unseen efforts of beings they didn't know existed, and a lost backpacker who had become something else entirely. The fragment's words echoed in my mind once more, a chilling promise of future conflicts. This is not over, the weaver sleeps, the veil still thins, we will return. I had stopped them this time, but I was just one man, a single echo, and the veil was thinning in many places. This was a never-ending war, a silent vigil against unseen horrors. I looked at the stage, the confused musicians, the oblivious crowd. My time here in this human world was done. I had accomplished my mission. Now I needed to return to the Nexus, to regroup, to replenish my energy, to learn what new threats awaited and what new battles I would have to fight. My journey was far from over. It had, in a terrifying and exhilarating way, just truly begun. I turned and began to make my way off the stage, blending into the surging crowd, a silent guardian moving through a world that would never know its protector. The mountain pass called to me, the quiet hum of the Nexus, a distant, persistent promise in my weary mind. I knew the way back, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my bones that I would be needed again. Soon. The journey back to the Nexus was a blur of exhaustion and renewed purpose. My body, though still aching from the profound exertion of sealing the breach, was once again sustained by the distant, comforting hum of the Nexus. The mountain pass felt less treacherous on the return, the shadows of the forest less menacing. I moved with an almost instinctual efficiency, my feet finding the familiar path leading to the hidden entrance. The world of the festival, with its oblivious revelry and unseen horrors, receded behind me, becoming a vivid but distant memory. As I approached the ancient tree, its smooth metallic bark shimmering faintly in the pre-dawn gloom, the earth and stone mound at its base slowly parted. I stepped into the tunnel, and the familiar resonant hum of the Nexus enveloped me, washing away the last vestiges of the world outside. The tunnel sealed behind me, plunging me into a profound yet comforting darkness. My new senses guided me through the winding passage, ever downwards, towards the heart of the mountain. When I emerged into the vast chamber, the colossal crystalline spire pulsed with a steady, vibrant light, a silent beacon of power and wisdom. The hundreds of keepers sat motionless in their meditative poses, their collective presence a profound wellspring of calm energy. The primary keeper, my guide, detached itself from the multitude and glided forward, its line of light glowing with an almost paternal warmth. "Welcome back, Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated in my mind, a clear, soothing chord. "You have performed admirably. The breach at the festival is sealed. Your world remains safe for now." I nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over me, followed by the familiar weariness. They were stronger than I expected, I admitted, collapsing onto a nearby mossy bed. And their numbers, they were everywhere. It felt like I was battling thousands. Indeed, the keeper affirmed. The fragments learn, Mark. They adapt. Your initial success at the Great Root forced them to reevaluate their tactics. They sought a greater vulnerability, a place where the collective human consciousness created an eddy in the veil, a chaotic whirlpool they could exploit. A festival, I mused, the absurdity of it striking me. Humanity unknowingly creating its own weakness, its own invitation to chaos. They prey on human emotion, don't they? Fear, anger, even misguided joy. All forms of concentrated energy, especially those tinged with discord or excess, can thin the veil, the keeper explained. The fragments thrive on imbalance. They seek to amplify those energies to tear at the seams of reality. Your kind, in their ignorance, often make it easier for them. But how many such places are there? I asked, pushing myself up. How many breaches, how many festivals, how many places where people gather, where the veil is thin? The scale of the problem began to truly sink in, vast and overwhelming. More than you can imagine, Mark, another keeper's voice, a chorus of solemn understanding, joined in. The Great Weave is ancient, and it stretches across myriad dimensions, myriad worlds. This realm is but one thread, and even within this thread there are countless points of weakness, of potential vulnerability. This valley with its nexus is unique in its resilience, but the world beyond it is unprotected. So, what do we do? I felt the urgency, the immense weight of responsibility. I can't be everywhere at once. I can't constantly run from one breach to another, sealing them only for them to open elsewhere. You are right, the primary keeper acknowledged. Reactive mending is merely a temporary solution. We must shift to a more proactive strategy. You must become more than a repairer of tears, Mark. You must become a weaver, a guardian, an active conduit of the Great Weave. Oh, weaver, I repeated, the word resonating deeply. The fragments had called the primordial entity the weaver in their taunts. The weaver sleeps. The weaver's essence is diffused throughout the veil in slumber, the keeper clarified. But the principles of its work, the songs of creation, are still potent. You have learned to sing them, to mend. Now you must learn to weave them, to actively reinforce the veil not just at points of breach, but at points of potential breach, to create new wards, new structures of stability. This sounded even more daunting than mending. How do I do that, and how do I know where to go? Where are these points of potential breach? The keeper glided closer to the colossal crystal, its line of light pulsating. The nexus will show you. Your resonance, now refined, will perceive the patterns. We will guide you to a deeper understanding of the Great Weave's intricate tapestry. I walked towards the crystal, a sense of awe and determination filling me. My exhaustion, though still present, was overshadowed by the profound importance of this new task. I placed my hands on its cool, smooth surface, closing my eyes and opening my mind. The next phase of my training was even more profound, more demanding than anything that had come before. If the previous lessons had taught me to read the language of the veil, this new stage taught me to write it. I spent what felt like an eternity immersed in the Nexus's crystalline wisdom. The keepers guided me not just through energy patterns, but through vast, complex simulations within the veil itself. I would project my consciousness into these simulated environments, experiencing the veil as a living, breathing entity, a colossal, interwoven fabric of countless threads and energies. I learned to perceive the underlying structure of the great weave, the invisible architecture that held reality together. I saw how different energies intertwined, how consciousness and intent could influence its stability. The keepers showed me not just the thinning points, the wounds screaming in the veil, but also the stress points, the areas where the fabric was taut, where prolonged human activity or subtle environmental shifts created vulnerabilities long before a breach manifested. The songs of creation evolved from mere mending spells to complex acts of spiritual engineering. I learned to identify specific energetic frequencies that corresponded to different properties of the veil: resilience, density, purity, coherence. I practiced weaving these frequencies together like a cosmic musician composing a symphony of light and force, to create new protective wards, to reinforce existing structures, to harmonize discordant energies. It was like learning to build entire spiritual buildings from pure consciousness. My own resonance deepened, expanding beyond mere perception. I began to feel the entirety of the valley, and even faintly the world beyond, as an extension of my own consciousness. The keepers described this as becoming a true echo, a living nexus capable of resonating with and influencing vast swathes of the veil. My body, sustained by the nexus, became an increasingly sophisticated instrument, finely tuned to these subtle frequencies. I learned more about the fragments' ultimate goal. They didn't just want to create chaos. They wanted to destabilize the great weave entirely, to unravel the threads of reality and reshape it in their own image of chaotic void. The thinning of the veil was merely their opening gambit, a way to gain a foothold. The veil is a living membrane, Mark. The primary keeper resonated one cycle, its thought voice laced with the weight of ancient knowledge. It thrives on balance, on harmony. The fragments are the antithesis of this. They are entropy made manifest. They seek to feed not just on raw energy, but on the very structure of reality. If they succeed in anchoring themselves fully in numerous places, this realm will become a twisted reflection of their chaotic domain. The image of my world dissolving into a nightmare landscape of humanity succumbing to madness spurred me on. The human world, distant as it felt sometimes, was still my world. My family, my friends, even the strangers at the festival, they were unaware, vulnerable. During these extended periods of intense immersion, I also grappled with the implications of my new existence. My human identity continued to recede, becoming more like a distant echo within my own mind. I no longer thought of myself as Mark, the graphics designer. I was Mark, son of Echoes, the nascent weaver. My purpose had eclipsed my past. Yet sometimes, in moments of quiet reflection, a flicker of nostalgia for my old life, for its simplicity and ignorance, would surface. But it was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the immense responsibility I now bore. My connection to the keepers deepened. I understood their unwavering patience, their millennial vigil. They were not just guides, they were family bound by a shared purpose. Their collective consciousness, usually a silent hum, sometimes offered glimpses of their vast history, their countless battles across fragmented realities. They had seen worlds unravel, civilizations consumed. This was not a theoretical threat to them. It was a lived reality, a constant battle. One day, as I stood by the crystal, my consciousness interwoven with the very fabric of the nexus, the hum intensified to a low, insistent thrum. The keepers, who had been quiescent for countless cycles, stirred again, their luminous lines of light pulsating with concern. Mark, son of echoes, the primary keeper resonated, its voice holding a new, profound gravity. A new threat emerges, one of unprecedented scale. I straightened, my mind instantly alert. What is it? Not a single breach, but a coordinated offensive. Another keeper's voice joined, its frequency laced with alarm. The fragments have targeted the primary energetic anchors of your realm, key points where the great weave is deeply rooted in your world's own energetic grid. They are striking simultaneously in multiple locations across your planet, the primary keeper continued. They seek to create a network of deep-rooted tiers to unravel the entire fabric from beneath, like pulling threads from a vast tapestry. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Multiple locations where? Your resonance will now perceive it, Mark, the keeper instructed. Focus, extend your awareness beyond the mountain, beyond the continent. Feel the great weave of your world. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my consciousness, pushing past the valley's shielding aura, past the thick veil of the mountain. It was an overwhelming sensation. I perceived the entire planet as a vast, intricate web of energy, crisscrossed by myriad currents, dotted with focal points. And now I could see them, angry, pulsing wounds. One was in a densely populated urban center, a massive city throbbing with human life. The veil there was being shredded by a vortex of greed, ambition, and concentrated despair. Another was in a remote, ancient forest, a place of immense natural power, where the fragments were corrupting the very life force of the trees, twisting the natural flow into a conduit of chaos. A third was deep beneath the ocean, at a point where tectonic plates met, where the raw, primal energy of the earth itself was being exploited, torn open to unleash a different kind of horror. And a fourth, the most disturbing of all, was in a vast, arid desert around an ancient ruin, where the veil was being thinned by something far older, far more insidious than the usual fragment hunger, a forgotten power stirring. They are not just seeking to breach, the primary keeper emphasized. They are seeking to anchor their essence into these fundamental energetic nodes. If they succeed, your world will be irrevocably altered. It will be a world where the lines between realities blur, where their chaos becomes woven into your very existence. I can't do all of that at once, I whispered, the sheer impossibility of the task crushing down on me. These places are continents apart. I'm just one man. You are more than one man, Mark, the keeper countered, its voice firm. You are an echo, a conduit of the nexus. You are a nascent weaver of the great weave, and we will empower you further. The keeper paused, then projected a complex series of images and sensations into my mind. It was a vision of a new ability, a leap in my capacity. You will now learn to resonate not just with the veil, but with the subtle currents of the great weave that permeate your entire planet, the keeper explained. The nexus will project a focused burst of energy through you, allowing you to jump across vast distances instantly through the subcurrents of the veil itself, a form of rapid spiritual travel. My mind reeled. Teleportation, not physical but a projection of consciousness, a rapid shift through the interconnected energies of the veil. This was a game changer, a profound new level of power. This ability requires immense focus and the channeling of substantial nexus energy, the keeper cautioned. You will be able to jump to the immediate vicinity of these major thinning points. From there, you must use the songs of creation to weave new wards, to reinforce the veil, and to expel the fragments. It will be a race against time. The fate of your world rests on your speed and your mastery. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it, the true war. This was what all the training had led to. How many locations? I asked. 4 primary anchors simultaneously under assault, the keeper replied. The urban center, the ancient forest, the deep ocean, and the desert ruin. Each will require a unique approach, a specific song of creation, adapted to the nature of the thinning and the surrounding energies. My mind instantly began to cycle through the songs of creation, recalling the intricate patterns, the luminous geometries, envisioning how I would adapt them to each unique challenge. You must move quickly, Mark, the keeper urged. The fragments gain strength with every passing moment. Their anchoring will become irreversible if you delay too long. The nexus will be your constant connection, another keeper's voice added. But remember, the further you are from us, the more challenging it is to maintain full empowerment. You will be drawing on vast reserves, but your own will, your own mastery will be paramount. I nodded, a grim determination settling over me. Show me the way, I said, walking towards the crystal. Show me how to jump. The keeper turned and began to project into my mind the intricate patterns, the complex energetic coordinates of the first target, the urban center. I felt the overwhelming hum of human activity, the sharp tang of ambition and anxiety, the pervasive, sickly cold of the fragments. I placed my hands on the Nexus crystal, closing my eyes. I felt its immense power surge into me, flowing through my entire being, igniting every cell. The air around me crackled with energy. I focused my will, envisioning the intricate pathways of the veil, the subcurrents that connected distant points. I reached out with my enhanced resonance, locking onto the energetic signature of the urban breach, the wound screaming in the veil. Focus your intent, Mark, son of echoes, the keeper's voice resonated, a steady anchor in the swirling chaos of power. Become the current, become the jump. I took a deep breath, held it, and with a silent surge of will, pushed my consciousness, my entire being, into the currents of the veil. The world dissolved into a blinding flash of light and sensation. I felt myself stretching, expanding, becoming pure energy, traversing unimaginable distances in an instant. It was not like moving, but like being in multiple places at once, a temporal and spatial paradox compressed into a single, breathtaking moment. The hum of the Nexus was my constant guide, a thread of pure light through the dizzying kaleidoscope of interwoven realities. And then with an abrupt jolt, I coalesced. I stood on a towering skyscraper hundreds of feet above a bustling metropolis. The wind whipped at my cowl-like garments, the air thick with exhaust fumes and the distant wail of sirens. Below me, the city stretched out, an endless grid of concrete and glass, pulsating with millions of human lives. And above it all, a swirling, dark vortex, a gaping maw in the sky, ripped through the fabric of the veil. It was a breach of immense proportions, far larger and more actively malevolent than the one at the festival. Directly beneath it, I saw what appeared to be the financial district, a cluster of even taller buildings, where the negative energies of the city were most concentrated. The fragments, like grotesque shadows, were already pouring through, not yet fully material, but influencing, twisting, corrupting. I felt their presence immediately, their collective awareness turning towards me. A chorus of sibilant whispers, amplified by the sheer number of them, assaulted my mind. The echo returns so far from its nest, you are but one against our legions, their voices hissed, filled with malevolence and mocking laughter. I ignored them, my gaze fixed on the breach. This was not a place for mending, it was a place for active warding, for structural reinforcement against an overwhelming tide. I channeled the Nexus energy, feeling its familiar power surge through me, already flowing across the immense distance. I raised my hands, my resolve unshakable. The sigil burned in my mind's eye, a powerful conduit. I began to weave, calling upon the songs of creation. The first was a song of structural coherence, a complex pattern designed to reinforce the veil's inherent strength, to knit together the very fabric of reality at its stress points. Luminous, intricate geometric patterns of pure light radiated from my hands, expanding outwards, pushing against the encroaching darkness. The fragments shrieked, their amorphous forms recoiling from the pure light. They launched a furious counterattack, a torrent of chaotic energy laced with visions of urban decay, of human despair and violence, attempting to overwhelm my mind, to shatter my focus. I saw images of the city collapsing, of loved ones consumed by the encroaching shadows. But my training held, the Nexus was my anchor. I pushed back, shielding my mind, reinforcing the shield with a song of warding, a protective barrier of pure will. The luminous patterns solidified, coalescing into a shimmering dome of light that began to spread across the sky, slowly but inexorably pushing back the dark vortex. The battle raged high above the oblivious city. The air crackled with invisible energies, the clash of pure light against pervasive darkness. My body trembled, but my will remained unwavering. I was weaving, truly weaving, repairing the cosmic tapestry with every fiber of my being. Slowly, agonizingly, the dark vortex began to shrink. The chaotic energies of the fragments were repelled, pushed back into their own realm as the luminous dome solidified. The air above the city began to clear, the oppressive weight lifting. With a final, shuddering surge, the breach sealed itself, leaving behind a clear, albeit smoggy urban sky. The fragments, screaming in frustrated rage, retreated from this anchor point. I collapsed onto the rooftop, utterly drained, my legs shaking, my mind numb. The Nexus energy receded, leaving me feeling hollow, exhausted to my very core. The roar of the city below, previously a chaotic hum, now felt like a distant, normal sound. There was no time to rest. I could still feel the other three wounds screaming in the veil, distant but urgent. The ancient forest, the deep ocean, the desert ruin. Mark, son of echoes, the primary keeper's voice resonated, faint but clear in my mind. The city is secured. Now the forest. The fragments there are corrupting the very lifeblood of the great weave. You must sever their connection to the natural flow and then weave a song of purity. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, but my resolve hardening. I had done it once, I could do it again. I focused my intent, drawing on the faint, distant hum of the Nexus. I envisioned the dense, ancient forest, the sickly tang of corrupted life. I locked onto its unique energetic signature, its wound in the veil. Focus your intent, the keeper urged. Become the current, become the jump. Another blinding flash, another dizzying plunge through the subcurrents of the veil. I coalesced in a remote, ancient forest, the air cool and thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Here the trees were colossal, ancient sentinels, their branches reaching up towards a perpetual twilight. But something was terribly wrong. The energy flowing through them was dark, twisted, not the vibrant life force I had learned to perceive, but a corrupted, sickening current. The leaves were black, the bark oozing a viscous, dark sap. The ground beneath my feet felt cold and barren, choked with strange, skeletal plants that writhed faintly in the gloom. This was a place of profound natural power, now deeply tainted. The fragments were here not swarming as in the city, but fewer, larger, and far more insidious. They were like grotesque parasites, burrowing deep into the very heart of the ancient trees, drawing sustenance from the corrupted life force, attempting to twist the entire ecosystem into a breeding ground for chaos. Their presence was a pervasive, nauseating cold, an abomination against nature. The echo follows. A new guttural chorus of fragment voices growled in my mind, emanating from the very roots of the ancient trees. You cannot sever our roots here. We are one with the corruption. I ignored their taunts, focusing on the pervasive, sickly darkness flowing through the tree roots. The keeper's words echoed, "Sever their connection, song of purity." I raised my hands, channeling the Nexus energy, and began to weave. The first part of the Song of Purity was a delicate, precise pattern of energetic disruption, a focused surge of pure energy designed to unravel the fragments' parasitic connection to the trees. It was like performing surgery on the veil itself, severing the corrupted threads without harming the underlying life force. Luminous threads of pure white light emanated from my hands, piercing the dark energy, dissecting the parasitic connections. The fragments shrieked, a sound of agony and frustration, as their anchors were torn from the trees. Their forms, previously merged with the darkness, writhed and detached, retreating into the deeper shadows. As their hold was broken, the trees began to subtly shift, their dark leaves flickering with faint green, the sickly sap receding. The natural flow, though still weak, was beginning to reassert itself. Now for the reinforcement. I unleashed the full Song of Purity, a vibrant, cleansing pattern of light and life. Luminous waves of green and gold emanated from me, spreading through the forest, purifying the tainted energies, revitalizing the natural flow. It was like bathing the entire forest in pure, vital light. The remaining fragments, exposed and weakened, shrieked in protest, but the cleansing wave was overwhelming. They were not merely pushed back, they were purified, their chaotic essence dispersed and rendered inert by the overwhelming surge of natural harmony. With a final monumental surge, the forest floor beneath my feet glowed with a vibrant emerald light. The air cleared, losing its metallic tang and the stench of decay, replaced by the sweet, clean scent of pine and damp earth. The ancient trees, though still bearing scars, pulsed with renewed, vibrant energy. The veil, once thin and corrupted, was now reinforced, cleansed, and humming with a profound natural harmony. I collapsed against the ancient, moss-covered trunk of a revitalized tree, utterly spent. The Nexus energy receded, leaving me feeling hollow and profoundly weary. My body trembled, but my spirit felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This felt different from the city, a healing, a restoration, not just a repair. But the other two wounds still pulsed in my mind, urgent, demanding: the deep ocean, the desert ruin. Mark, son of echoes, the keeper's voice resonated, slightly stronger now, drawing on my replenished resonance from the success. The forest is healed. Now the ocean. The fragments there are exploiting the raw, primal energies of the earth itself. You must weave a song of stability to calm the chaos, to reinforce the deep currents of the great weave that bind your world's core. I pushed myself up, feeling the profound exhaustion but also a growing confidence in my abilities. I focused my intent on the deep ocean, the immense, crushing pressure, the raw, tectonic energies. I locked onto its unique energetic signature, its churning wound in the veil. Focus your intent, the keeper urged. Become the current, become the jump. Another blinding flash, another instantaneous plunge through the subcurrents of the veil. I coalesced in the crushing depths of the ocean, surrounded by absolute darkness and immense pressure. My cowl-like garments seemed to shimmer, adapted to the extreme environment, protecting me from the cold and the colossal weight of the water. Around me, phosphorescent life forms pulsed faintly, alien and beautiful in the abyss. But even here, the fragments had found a way. Directly beneath me, where two massive tectonic plates met, a vast tear in the veil pulsed with raw, untamed energy. It wasn't just a breach. It was a churning vortex of elemental chaos, drawing on the immense geological forces of the planet's core. The fragments here were titanic, shadowy leviathans, merging with the churning energies, attempting to channel the Earth's primal power to tear open a permanent conduit to their chaotic realm. Their forms were immense, vaguely serpentine, their eyes glowing with a cold, ancient malice. The echo enters the deep. Their collective voice boomed in my mind, reverberating with the immense pressure of the ocean. You cannot master the heart of the earth, little light. Here, the veil will shatter. I ignored their thunderous taunts, focusing on the churning vortex, the raw, dangerous energy. The keeper's words, song of stability, reinforced the deep currents. This was a matter of grounding, of establishing order amidst chaos. I raised my hands, channeling the Nexus energy, feeling its immense power surge through me, mingling with the primal energies of the ocean depths. I began to weave, calling upon the song of stability. This was a profound, grounding pattern designed to harmonize discordant forces, to reinforce the fundamental structural integrity of the veil itself, especially where it interacted with the Earth's core energies. Luminous, crystalline structures of pure force emanated from my hands, spreading outwards, pushing against the churning chaos. It was like building invisible, ethereal buttresses, stabilizing the very fabric of reality against the immense pressure. The titanic fragments shrieked, their serpentine forms writhing in protest as their hold on the raw earth energy was countered. They lashed out, sending immense waves of psychic pressure, of existential dread, trying to crush my will, to overwhelm me with the sheer immensity of the deep. I felt the crushing weight, the profound, primal fear, but I stood firm, rooted to the cosmic bedrock of the Nexus. My will was a silent scream of defiance against the chaos. The luminous structures solidified, forming a vast, intricate lattice of pure stability, a shield against the primordial forces. Slowly, agonizingly, the churning vortex began to calm. The titanic fragments, their power negated by the overwhelming harmony of the Song of Stability, were forced to retreat, their forms dissolving back into the absolute darkness of their own realm. The raw elemental energies of the earth, no longer exploited by chaos, settled into a powerful rhythmic hum, a deep, resonant pulse of natural power. The veil, once on the verge of shattering, was now reinforced, stabilized, and humming with a profound, primal strength. I collapsed onto the unseen floor of the ocean trench, utterly drained, my body trembling from the immense spiritual and mental exertion. The Nexus energy, though still connected, was a mere whisper now. My mind was numb, but my purpose, my will, remained intact. Only one more, the desert ruined. Mark, son of echoes, the keeper's voice resonated, barely a whisper in my mind, reflecting my own profound exhaustion. The ocean is secure, now the desert, this is a different threat. The fragments there are exploiting an ancient, forgotten power. You must weave a song of sealing to bind that power and a song of silence to quiet the veil. I pushed myself up, every muscle screaming in protest, but the thought of that last, most unsettling wound spurred me on. An ancient, forgotten power. That sounded far more dangerous, far more mysterious than raw chaos or twisted life. I focused my intent on the desert, the vast, arid expanse, the sense of ancient, unsettling power. I locked onto its unique, energetic signature, its subtle, insidious wound in the veil. Focus your intent, the keeper urged, its voice barely audible, as if it too was straining. Become the current, become the jump. Another blinding flash, another instantaneous, bone-jarring plunge through the subcurrents of the veil. I coalesced in the scorching heat of a vast, desolate desert. The air was thick with sand and the smell of ancient dust. Around me, colossal, eroded ruins of an unknown civilization rose from the dunes, their weathered stones imbued with a faint, unsettling energy. The sun, a searing disk in the hazy sky, beat down relentlessly. And here the veil was not just thin, it was almost transparent, rippling with a strange, stagnant, ancient power. The fragments here were different. They weren't just swirling shadows, they were like ancient glyphs come to life, carvings of darkness moving through the air, their forms vaguely humanoid but twisted, gaunt, and radiating an unsettling aura of malevolent intelligence. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, feeding not just on the thinning veil, but on the dormant energies of the ancient ruin itself, attempting to reawaken something. The echo falls into the grave, their collective voice hissed in my mind, dry and crackling like ancient parchment. Here the old gods stir, here chaos has a name. I ignored their chilling taunts, focusing on the insidious ritual, the ancient power they sought to reawaken. The keeper's words, song of sealing, song of silence. This was about containment, about quieting a deep, underlying disturbance. I raised my hands, channeling the last vestiges of Nexus energy, feeling it flicker within me, a desperate flame. I began to weave, calling upon the song of sealing. This was a complex pattern, designed not just to mend, but to bind, to contain, to neutralize an ancient, powerful energy. Luminous chains of pure energy, glowing with an ethereal blue light, shot from my hands, wrapping around the ancient ruin, encircling the fragment glyphs, pulling them inwards, binding them. The fragment glyphs shrieked, their forms contorting in agony as the chains of light constricted them. They fought back with a torrent of ancient, maddening whispers, projecting visions of forgotten terrors, of colossal beings stirring from eons of slumber, of my own consciousness being slowly flayed and consumed by primordial malevolence. I felt the immense psychic pressure, the crushing weight of their ancient evil, threatening to shatter my mind. But I held fast, my will a desperate anchor in the storm of terror. The luminous chains solidified, pressing inwards, containing the ancient power, sealing it away once more. The fragment glyphs, trapped and bound, were slowly compressed, their forms dissolving back into inert darkness. Now the Song of Silence. This was a subtle, profound pattern designed to quiet the veil itself, to dampen its resonant frequencies, to make it less susceptible to manipulation by ancient powers. Luminous waves of pure, soothing silver emanated from my hands, spreading across the desert, washing over the ruins, calming the agitated energies, drawing a veil of serene stillness over the entire area. With a final monumental surge, the desert floor glowed with a soft, ethereal silver light. The air grew still, losing its oppressive weight and the sense of ancient malevolence. The veil, once thin and turbulent, was now quiet, serene, and deeply sealed. The fragments, utterly nullified, were gone, their insidious ritual undone. The ancient power, though still present, was once again dormant, bound by the songs of sealing and silence. I collapsed onto the scorching sand, utterly, completely, utterly spent. The Nexus energy was gone, leaving me feeling hollowed out, a mere husk. My body trembled uncontrollably, my mind a blank canvas of exhaustion. The intense heat of the desert beat down on me, but I barely registered it. I had done it, all 4 anchors secured. The battle was won for now. As I lay there teetering on the edge of consciousness, a faint, distant whisper resonated in my mind. It was the Keeper. "You have saved your world, Mark, son of echoes." Its voice was weak, strained, reflecting the immense drain on the Nexus, but filled with profound relief. All 4 anchors are secured. The immediate threat is averted. The great weave, it breathes again. A profound sense of accomplishment, mingled with crushing exhaustion, washed over me. I had succeeded. I had become the Weaver. But at what cost? I felt completely depleted, physically, mentally, spiritually. I was stranded, alone in a vast desert, thousands of miles from the Nexus. "Return to us, Mark," the Keeper's voice whispered, almost imperceptibly. "The Nexus must replenish its power. And you must rest. We will guide you. Focus on the faint thread, the path back." I tried to focus, to reach for that faint thread of connection, but my mind refused to obey. The world spun. The scorching sun, the ancient ruins, the vast, empty desert stretched out before me, a desolate landscape of endless sand. I could no longer keep my eyes open. The desert claimed me. Darkness, deep and absolute, swallowed the searing sun, the ancient ruins, and the crushing weight of my exhaustion. I fell, not with a crash, but with a slow, spiraling descent into unconsciousness, the whisper of the Keeper fading into an indistinct hum. When I awoke, it was not with a jolt, but a slow, agonizing crawl back to awareness. My eyelids felt like sandpaper glued shut by fine grains of sand. My mouth was bone dry, my throat raw. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, a symphony of aches and pains that overshadowed even the memory of the intense power I had wielded. The Nexus, my constant wellspring of energy, was silent. The connection, once a vibrant river, was now a dried-up riverbed, leaving an echoing emptiness within me. I was just Mark again, a human body pushed beyond its limits, abandoned in an alien, hostile world. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to grip me. I was stranded, no energy for a jump, no clear guidance from the Keepers. Just the vast, indifferent desert stretching to an unseen horizon. I pushed myself up, my limbs trembling. My cowl-like garments, though resilient, were caked with sand, and I could feel the grit everywhere. The sun was still high, beating down with merciless intensity, shimmering off the endless dunes. The air was thick and hot, utterly devoid of moisture. I tried to reach out with my resonance to feel for the faint thread of the Nexus the Keeper had mentioned. But it was like trying to hear a whisper in a hurricane. My inner senses were dulled, muffled by exhaustion and depletion. All I could perceive was the raw, primal energy of the desert itself, the baked earth, the relentless sun, the vast, ancient silence. My eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any landmark, any sign of direction. The ruins, colossal and eroded, were still behind me, stark silhouettes against the blinding sky. But which way was the mountain pass? Which way was the Nexus? The Keeper's guidance had always been absolute, but now I was deaf. Then a flicker, not a sound, not a sight, but a faint sensation, like a tiny spark in the vast darkness of my inner awareness. It was almost imperceptible, a ghostly echo of the Nexus's hum, barely a thread, as the keeper had said. It was coming from the west, a subtle pulling sensation, like an invisible string tugging at my very core. The path back, I rasped, my voice hoarse and barely audible. It was there, faint but present, a lifeline. The journey began. It was not a jump across the veil, but a slow, agonizing trek across physical ground. Each step was a battle against my protesting body, against the scorching sun, against the gnawing thirst that was quickly becoming unbearable. My training had prepared me for cosmic battles, for wielding immense power, but not for this mundane, visceral struggle for survival. I walked, driven by that faint, invisible thread. I rationed the meager water I had in my utility pouch, a small, collapsible bottle I hadn't noticed before, probably placed there by the keepers during my training. Each sip was a blessing, but it barely touched the relentless dryness in my throat. The sun tracked across the sky, a relentless tormentor, baking the sand, sapping my strength. As evening approached, the desert transformed. The scorching heat gave way to a biting cold, and the wind began to pick up, swirling sand into miniature cyclones. I had to find shelter. The keeper's thread was still there, but it offered no physical comfort. My internal vision, usually so keen, was still mostly muted, but I could just make out faint distortions in the veil, residual pockets of static energy where the fragments had been. They were like lingering echoes of a scream, thankfully inert. I spotted a cluster of large, weathered rocks partially buried in a dune, offering a shallow overhang. It wasn't much, but it was better than the open desert. I huddled against the rough stone, pulling my cowl tighter, trying to conserve what little body heat I had. Sleep, when it came, was fitful, haunted by fragmented visions of ancient glyphs and the terrifying emptiness of the deep ocean. The next morning was a repetition of the first, only harder. My feet were blistered, my muscles stiff, and my thirst a constant, burning agony. The Nexus thread, though still present, felt even fainter, as if it too were struggling against the immense distance and depletion. As the sun climbed higher, casting long, distorted shadows, I began to perceive something else. A subtle shift in the air, a faint metallic tang. It wasn't the fragments, but something human, something modern, a faint, distant hum that grew steadily louder. A road. The thread was leading me not directly to the Nexus, but towards the edge of the human world again. A world I had sworn to protect, but from which I felt utterly alienated. I trudged on, the hope of finding water overriding my unease. Eventually, a faint ribbon of asphalt shimmered in the distance, a thin scar across the vast, unbroken desert, and with it, the distant drone of an engine. As I drew closer, the hum resolved into the distinct roar of a truck. A massive, dust-caked rig, hauling what looked like heavy machinery, sped towards me, a cloud of orange dust boiling in its wake. My appearance, the strange, cowl-like robes, the dust-caked face, the exhausted gait, would certainly draw attention, but I was desperate. The truck surprisingly slowed as it approached, rumbling to a stop a few hundred feet from me. The driver, a burly man with a weathered face and a thick beard, peered out of the window. He looked me up and down, his expression a mixture of suspicion and pity. "You all right there, fella?" he shouted over the idling engine. "You look like you've been walking out of hell." My throat was too dry to answer properly. I could only croak water. The driver sighed, then nodded. He reached into a cooler beside him and pulled out a plastic bottle, tossing it to me. I fumbled it, tearing at the seal with shaking hands. The cool water was pure ecstasy, sliding down my parched throat, reviving me in ways I hadn't thought possible. "Where you headed, son?" the driver asked, watching me drink. "Ain't nothing but sand and a whole lot of nothing out here for hundreds of miles. Nearest town is over 300 miles west." 300 miles, and then I still had to find my way back to the mountain pass, to the hidden entrance of the Nexus. It was an insurmountable distance for a depleted, dehydrated human. I looked at the driver, then back at the faint thread which seemed to be guiding me generally west. "West," I managed to say, "to the mountains." The driver raised an eyebrow. "Mountains? Ain't no mountains for 1,000 miles, not tall ones anyway, just hills, and a lot more desert. You sure you ain't lost?" I couldn't explain. I couldn't tell him about the Nexus, about the Keepers, about the cosmic war I had just fought to save his world. I was just a strange, lost man in the desert. "I need to get west," I insisted, my voice stronger now. "As far as you're going." The driver grunted. "All right, hop in, but you're a long way from anywhere." I climbed into the cab, grateful for the shade and the faint breeze from the air conditioning. The truck smelled of diesel and stale coffee, a stark contrast to the sterile, resonant hum of the Nexus. He didn't ask more questions, just kept driving, occasionally glancing at me with a curious frown in the rearview mirror. As the miles blurred past, the landscape slowly began to change. The endless dunes gave way to rocky plains, then to low, scrubby hills. The thread, though still faint, was constant, pulling me. It was leading me towards the general region where the mountain pass would be, but the exact location, the hidden entrance, remained elusive. I was relying on the Nexus's faint pull, and perhaps on my own burgeoning abilities to perceive the veil, however dulled they were. Several days later, after a series of rides in different vehicles, a farmer's pickup, a local delivery van, a tourist bus, I found myself in a small, dusty town nestled at the foot of what could generously be called foothills. They were nothing like the soaring peaks that concealed the Nexus, but the air was cooler, and the scent of pine was a welcome relief from the pervasive dust. My human clothes were still alien, though I had managed to acquire a basic set of trousers and a shirt from a donation bin in one of the towns, layering them under my cowl to blend in a little better. I drew stares, but people were generally polite if wary. I was an outsider, a wanderer. The thread, however, was growing stronger here, drawing me inexorably towards the higher ground. The foothills, I realized, were merely the outer shell of the vast mountain range that concealed the Nexus. I had to go deeper, higher. I spent the next few days hiking, relying on the increasingly strong pull of the Nexus. My body, though still tired, was slowly recovering. My inner senses, too, began to sharpen. I started to perceive the subtle flow of energies in the natural world around me, the faint shimmering of the veil, thin but stable here. The fragments were gone, repelled by the recent reinforcements. As I ascended, the landscape grew wilder, the trees denser, the air colder. The foothills eventually gave way to proper mountains, their peaks shrouded in mist, their slopes covered in ancient forests. This was it. I was in the right region. But finding the specific mountain, the specific hidden entrance, was still a challenge. The veil was thicker here, intentionally shielded by the Nexus. The faint thread was now a steady hum guiding me, but the exact coordinates were still obscured. I relied on memory, on the feeling of the land, on the subtle shift in the veil's density. I spent another day and night scrambling through dense undergrowth over rocky ridges until finally, as dawn broke, I stood before it. The ancient tree, its smooth, metallic bark shimmered faintly in the pre-dawn light precisely as I remembered it, and at its base the familiar earth and stone mound. It was here I had made it. Relief so profound it threatened to buckle my knees washed over me. I placed my hands on the cool, metallic bark of the tree, and instantly the Nexus's energy, though still weak, flowed into me, a welcome warmth, a steadying presence. My inner senses flared, and I could hear the faint, distant hum of the keepers, a chorus of welcoming relief. The earth and stone mound slowly parted. I stepped into the tunnel, and the familiar, resonant hum of the Nexus enveloped me, washing away the lingering weariness of the physical journey. The tunnel sealed behind me, plunging me into a profound, yet comforting, darkness. My new senses guided me through the winding passage ever downwards towards the heart of the mountain. When I emerged into the vast chamber, the colossal crystalline spire pulsed with a steady, vibrant light, much dimmer than I remembered, but undeniably present. The hundreds of keepers sat motionless in their meditative poses, their collective presence a profound wellspring of calm energy, though their light lines were noticeably fainter. The primary keeper, my guide, detached itself from the multitude and glided forward, its line of light glowing with a profound, quiet relief. "Welcome back, Mark, son of echoes," its voice resonated in my mind, weak but clear. "Your journey was long and fraught with peril, but you persevered. Your resonance is strengthened by your endurance. The Nexus, it breathes again." I walked towards the crystal, collapsing onto the mossy bed, feeling the last vestiges of my physical exhaustion drain away, replaced by the Nexus's gentle, restorative energy. I was so lost, I admitted, looking at the primary keeper. The connection was so faint. "Indeed," the keeper affirmed. "The 4 coordinated assaults drained the Nexus to its lowest point in cycles. Each jump you made, each powerful song of creation you wove, drew heavily upon our reserves. Our guidance was merely a thread, a spiritual tether to draw you home. Your own innate strength, your own evolving resonance, guided you across the physical realm. This, too, was a test, and you passed." "How long until the Nexus is fully restored?" I asked, looking at the faintly pulsing crystal. "Many cycles," another keeper's voice joined, a faint chorus of understanding. "The replenishment of such deep power is a slow, methodical process. We must now enter a prolonged period of deep meditation, of quiet absorption of the Great Weave's ambient energies. You too, Mark, must undergo a period of restoration. Your body and spirit have been pushed to their absolute limits." I nodded, feeling the truth of their words. Despite the Nexus's gentle energy flowing into me, a profound, spiritual exhaustion still lingered. I had emptied myself, poured every ounce of my being into saving the world. "Your role, however, is not yet complete." The primary keeper resonated, its line of light brightening slightly. "Even as the Nexus replenishes and you recover, the great weave of your world is now fundamentally altered. The 4 anchor points you reinforced are now stronger than before, new bastions of stability. This has caused a ripple effect. The fragments will not attempt such a large-scale assault for some time. They are wounded, repelled, and must regroup." "So what happens now?" I asked, sitting up. "Is it over?" The hope was faint but present. The keeper pulsed. "No, Mark, it is never truly over. The fragments are a force of entropy, an eternal imbalance in the cosmic order. They will always seek to unravel the great weave, but their tactics will change, and so must yours. The great weave has countless threads, another keeper added. While the primary anchors are secure, the veil still thins in myriad smaller ways. These are not major breaches, not grand assaults, but insidious, persistent erosions. Small tears, subtle corruptions growing quietly beneath the surface of your world. And now, the primary keeper continued. With the nexus in a state of replenishment, and with your own evolving resonance, you must become a truly autonomous guardian. Your connection to us will remain, but it will be a deep, resonant hum, not a constant stream of instruction. You will rely more on your own intuition, your own judgment, your own unique perception of the great weave. This was a new phase, a new level of responsibility. I was no longer just an agent, but a true echo, a guardian capable of operating independently. Where do I go? I asked. How do I find these smaller erosions? Your resonance will guide you, the keeper affirmed. As you recover, your inner eye will perceive the subtle discord, the quiet imbalances. You will feel the thinning, the corruption, the whispers of the fragments in the unseen corners of your world. You must roam, you must listen, you must become a silent protector, a weaver of peace. I looked at the colossal crystal, then out at the hundreds of silent keepers. The nexus was my home, my anchor, but the world, my world, was still out there, vulnerable. You must learn to blend, Mark, the keeper continued, to walk among your kind unnoticed, to protect them without their knowledge, to be both here and there, the balance between worlds. This was a challenge. My cowl-like garments, while serving their purpose, marked me as an outsider. If I was to move freely in the human world, I needed to adapt. I needed to become less conspicuous. Over the next few weeks, I dedicated myself to restoration and integration. My body recovered quickly, fueled by the Nexus's energy, and my inner senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. I could now perceive the veil as a living, shimmering tapestry, detecting even the smallest distortions, the faintest whispers of chaos. The keepers guided me not in active training sessions, but through subtle infusions of knowledge, insights into the rhythms of the human world, the patterns of its energies. They showed me how to dampen my resonance to appear less like a beacon to the fragments and less like an anomaly to the subtly sensitive humans. I learned to meditate in a new way, not just to focus my energy, but to expand my consciousness, to feel the vast network of the great weave as an extension of myself. I could perceive the collective human consciousness as a complex symphony of emotions and thoughts, recognizing how imbalances within it could ripple through the veil. I also began to adapt to the idea of a double life. My past self, Mark, the graphics designer, was gone, but a new Mark could exist in the human world, a quiet, unassuming individual, a wanderer with no fixed address who moved through the world like a ghost, observing, protecting. One cycle, as I sat by the Nexus, my inner vision began to perceive a faint but persistent discord. It was subtle, barely a ripple, but undeniable. A knot of negative energy, tinged with anxiety and desperation, emanating from a highly populated area. Not a full breach, but a growing erosion. A small tear slowly forming. The veil thins in the north, the primary keeper resonated, its voice soft, confirming my perception. A place of concentrated human struggle, a quiet erosion of hope. I stood up, feeling a familiar resolve settle in my bones. My energy reserves were stable, the nexus still replenishing, but I was ready. I will go, I said. The keeper pulsed. Indeed, but you must go differently now. Not through a jump, for the nexus cannot spare the energy for such a rapid traversal, nor is the threat immediate enough to warrant it. You must go as a man among men. Walk the path back to the world and there find your way. This meant another physical journey, but this time with purpose. I would leave the sanctuary, blend into the human world, and begin my true vigil. Before I left, I looked at my cowl-like garments. They were a symbol of my transformation, but they were also a hindrance to blending in. I needed something different. The keepers, sensing my thought, projected an image into my mind. Not of new clothes, but of a subtle energy manipulation, a technique to weave a cloak of subtle normalcy around myself, a shimmer in the veil that would make me appear unremarkable, ordinary. It was a song of blending, a quiet manipulation of perception, making my clothes and appearance seem whatever was appropriate for the situation. It was not an illusion, but a subtle resonance that made the casual observer simply not notice the anomalies. I practiced the song of blending, focusing my intent, feeling the subtle manipulation of energy around me. As I perfected it, I saw my own reflection in a shimmering surface of the nexus. My strange robes appeared as simple, practical hiking clothes, my unusual features as ordinary, forgettable ones. I could be anyone. I could be no one. With a final nod to the silent keepers, I turned and walked towards the entrance of the tunnel, leaving the nexus behind once more. The opening sealed itself behind me, plunging me into a darkness that was absolute yet not terrifying. My new senses, my inner eye, perceived the intricate weave of the veil around me, the flow of energy guiding me forward. The tunnel was long, winding, sloping ever upward. I moved with a new agility, my feet finding purchase even in the gloom. I felt no fatigue, no hunger, no thirst. The Nexus's energy, though not fully restored, sustained me, kept me vigilant. As I ascended, I began to feel the change in the air, a subtle shift in the veil. It grew thinner, agitated, humming with the familiar disharmonious energy of the human world, and beneath it, the distinct resonance of the quiet erosion in the north. The tunnel eventually opened onto the high mountain pass. The air was cold, crisp, and filled with the scent of pine. Below me, the sprawling valley, no longer twinkling with the chaotic lights of a festival, but blanketed in the quiet darkness of the pre-dawn. I began my descent from the mountain pass, moving with focused intensity. My mission was clear: return to the human world, identify the source of the erosion, and without revealing myself, weave the songs of creation to reinforce the veil, to push back the subtle influence of the fragments before it could fester into a full breach. As I descended, the mountain gradually gave way to forests, then to rolling hills, and finally to open plains dotted with farms and small towns. I walked, blending in, a silent observer in a world oblivious to the cosmic war being fought on its behalf. The song of blending was effective. People glanced at me, then looked away, their minds registering nothing out of the ordinary. I hitchhiked, walked, and occasionally rode buses, following the increasingly strong pull of the erosion. My inner eye was a constant radar, sweeping the invisible landscape, discerning the subtle shifts, the minute tears in the veil. I felt the subtle influence of the fragments, not as a direct assault, but as a pervasive sense of malaise, of creeping despair, subtly amplifying human anxieties. The north turned out to be a vast, sprawling city, far larger and denser than any I had been to during my previous mission. It was a concrete labyrinth, a vibrant, exhausting tapestry of human ambition, dreams, and in this particular area, a crushing sense of defeat. My resonance led me to what appeared to be an older, struggling part of the city. Rundown buildings, boarded-up shops, and streets filled with people whose faces bore the lines of hardship and resignation. The air here was heavy with a palpable sense of struggle, of economic despair, of forgotten dreams. This was the erosion point. The collective negative emotions, the slow, grinding hopelessness, were creating a vortex of quiet despair that was subtly thinning the veil. The fragments weren't aggressively tearing, they were patiently corroding, feeding on the slow decay of human spirit. I walked the streets, feeling the pervasive sadness, the quiet desperation. I saw glimpses of it everywhere. An old woman staring vacantly out a window, a young man slumped on a bench, a child with eyes too old for their years. The fragments were like invisible leeches, drawing sustenance from this wellspring of despair, slowly, insidiously weakening the fabric of reality. This was a different kind of fight. Not a dramatic confrontation on a stage, not a battle against titanic leviathans, but a silent, pervasive struggle against a creeping spiritual decay. I knew I couldn't simply blast this area with a song of reinforcement. That might disrupt the human energy too much, create more chaos. This required a delicate touch, a deeper understanding of the interplay between human emotion and the veil. I found a quiet spot in a derelict park, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, and sat down. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my consciousness not to fight but to understand. I perceived the subtle patterns of the human emotions, the way they intertwined with the veil. The erosion was not a sudden tear, but a slow fraying caused by prolonged imbalance. The keeper's voices, a faint hum in my mind, offered guidance. The erosion is born of chronic imbalance, Mark. You must not merely mend, but harmonize. Bring the veil back into resonance with the underlying currents of human hope and resilience, which are never truly extinguished. A song of harmony, a delicate, complex pattern designed to gently realign the energetic frequencies of the veil with the latent positive energies within the human consciousness, to strengthen the veil from within, not just from without. I began to weave not with outward gestures but with pure intent, focusing my entire being. Luminous, intricate patterns of soft, shimmering light emanated from me, spreading subtly through the park, seeping into the ground, rising into the air, unnoticed by the few people who passed by. It was a quiet symphony of light, a gentle hum of restoration. The fragments, though not as numerous or as powerful as those at the major breaches, recoiled. Their whispers, previously a pervasive undertone of despair, faltered, weakened. They were being starved, their food source of concentrated despair slowly dissipating as the veil around them strengthened, becoming less permeable. They tried to push back, to amplify the existing anxieties, to sow seeds of anger and frustration. But my song of harmony was subtle, pervasive. It didn't blast away the negative, it gently corrected the imbalance, fostering the latent positive. I felt the slow, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. A fleeting smile on a child's face, a momentary glimmer of determination in an old man's eyes, a small act of kindness between strangers. These were the ripples of my work, the first signs of the veil healing itself from within. I continued to weave for what felt like hours, a silent vigil in the heart of the struggling city. My energy reserves, though stable, were slowly being drawn upon, but the satisfaction of this quiet restoration was profound. This felt like the true purpose of a weaver, not just a repairman, but a gardener of reality. Finally, with a last profound surge of energy, the luminous patterns solidified. The veil in this area, though not as strong as the reinforced anchors, was now stable, resilient, and humming with a quiet, harmonious energy. The pervasive sense of despair had lifted, replaced by a subtle undercurrent of quiet resilience, of latent hope. The fragments, starved and repelled, dissipated, their subtle influence broken. I opened my eyes, utterly spent, but with a profound sense of peace. The park, though still run down, felt different. The air was lighter. I saw a young couple laughing as they walked by, a small dog chasing a ball with joyful abandon. Small things, but significant. My work here was done for now, but I knew this was just the beginning. The world was vast, and there were countless such places, countless quiet erosions, subtle corruptions. I was no longer fighting for survival, but for the soul of the world, one quiet act of weaving at a time. I stood up, blending seamlessly into the background, and walked out of the park. My journey was far from over. It had, in a terrifying and exhilarating way, just truly begun. The hum of the Nexus was a distant, persistent promise in my weary mind. It called me, but not for rest. It called me to listen, to observe, to feel the great weave of the world. I was the echo, I was the weaver, and I was needed. I continued to move through the city, my senses attuned to the subtle energies of the veil. My purpose was now clear, to wander, to seek out these hidden weaknesses, these quiet wounds, and to mend them. I knew I couldn't stay in one place for long. My presence, if prolonged, might eventually draw too much attention, either from the fragments or from those rare humans who could perceive the unseen. Over the next several months, my life became a ceaseless journey, a silent vigil across the planet. I traversed continents, adopting different guises, blending into diverse cultures, always guided by the faint hum of the Nexus and the increasingly refined perceptions of my inner eye. I learned to live as a phantom, an ever-present but unseen guardian. The song of blending became second nature, a constant, subtle shimmer around me that allowed me to pass through crowded markets, bustling airports, and quiet villages without drawing undue notice. I learned to speak different languages, picking them up not just from human interaction, but from the subtle, energetic patterns woven into their cultures. Each location presented a unique challenge, a different form of erosion. In a remote village high in the Andes, I found the veil thinning due to generations of forgotten ancestral fears, a subtle psychic scar on the land that the fragments were beginning to exploit, manifesting as unexplained illnesses and increasing social discord. There I wove a song of remembrance and release, harmonizing the ancient energies, allowing the fears to dissipate and the ancestral bonds to be strengthened in a healthy way. In a sprawling industrial port city, the veil was being corroded by unchecked ambition, environmental pollution, and the raw, aggressive energies of human competition. Here, the fragments manifested as subtle instigators, amplifying greed and conflict, causing minor accidents and breakdowns. I wove a song of balance and purification, guiding the city's inherent drive towards productivity into more harmonious channels, cleansing the energetic pollution that clung to the veil. In a pristine, isolated island paradise, where the veil was naturally thin and vibrant, a small, insidious pocket of corruption had taken root, introduced by a handful of tourists whose inner turmoil and self-destructive tendencies were creating a focal point for chaotic energies. The fragments here were like alluring whispers, tempting people towards self-indulgence and recklessness, threatening to corrupt the natural harmony of the island. I wove a song of protection and self-reflection, creating a subtle barrier against their influence and encouraging a gentle introspection among the islanders, allowing them to confront and dissipate their own inner demons. Each intervention was delicate, precise, and utterly invisible to the human inhabitants. I never used overt power, never revealed myself. My work was to guide, to harmonize, to reinforce, to cleanse. I was a cosmic gardener, tending to the intricate tapestry of reality, trimming the weeds of chaos, nourishing the threads of harmony. The nexus, a distant anchor, slowly replenished its power, and with it, my connection deepened. I could feel the keepers, their collective consciousness, a comforting presence, monitoring my progress, offering silent encouragement. They were my family, my purpose. My human identity continued to recede, becoming a malleable shell, a tool to navigate the world. I rarely thought of my past life, my old friends, my lost backpack. There was no room for nostalgia in the face of such profound responsibility. My consciousness was now largely dedicated to the great weave, to the endless vigilance required to protect it. Yet sometimes, in moments of quiet solitude, watching the sun set over a new landscape, or seeing a child's unbridled joy, a faint flicker of my old self would surface. A pang of longing for simplicity, for the unawareness that allowed ordinary happiness. But it was always fleeting, quickly replaced by the profound understanding of my purpose. My happiness now came from the subtle shift in the veil, the return of harmony, the averted disaster that no one else would ever know. I was no longer just Mark. I was Mark, son of Echoes, the Weaver, a silent guardian moving through a world that would never know its protector. One crisp autumn evening, as I was making my way through a sprawling forest in a mountainous region, following a particularly strong thread of erosion, I felt a shift in the veil that was different from anything I had encountered before. It wasn't a quiet erosion, nor was it a sudden tear. It was a pressure, a focused, insidious pressure, building slowly but inexorably. It felt like a concentrated whisper, growing louder and more insistent with every step I took. The air grew heavy, thick with a subtle but undeniable sense of foreboding. The trees around me seemed to sag, their vibrant green fading to a sickly pallor in my inner perception. This wasn't an ordinary fragmentic assault. This felt deliberate, targeted. My inner eye zoomed in on the source of the pressure. It was coming from a remote, ancient temple complex hidden deep within the forest, shrouded in mist and forgotten legends. This place radiated a primal, undisturbed energy, a deep connection to the Earth's own subtle currents. It was a nexus of natural power, similar in its potency to the locations I had reinforced during the coordinated assault, but on a smaller, more localized scale. And around it, swirling like vultures, were the fragments. But these weren't the usual amorphous shadows. They were structured, almost defined, their forms taking on a chillingly humanoid appearance, cloaked in robes of swirling darkness. And among them, orchestrating their movements, was a figure. This was new, a fragment with a form, with direction, with intent. The figure radiated a cold, malevolent intelligence. It was taller, broader than the other fragments, its dark robe seeming to drink the light, its eyes, or where its eyes should be, burning with a chilling, crimson glow. It was directing the other fragments, focusing their chaotic energies, not just to thin the veil, but to sculpt it, to twist it into a particular shape around the ancient temple. This was a fragment of a higher order, a general in their unseen war. The veil thins under the hand of a sculptor. The primary keeper's voice resonated in my mind, its hum now much stronger, filled with grave concern. A fragment of elevated consciousness. It seeks to create a permanent conduit, a localized anchor, not merely a tier. It means to twist the very fabric of this sacred place into a gateway. A gateway, not just a breach, but a controlled, stable portal for their kind. This was a far more dangerous proposition. If successful, it would allow a steady stream of fragments, perhaps even more powerful entities, to enter this world unnoticed and begin to corrupt it from within. My heart quickened. This was the first time I had encountered such a direct, intelligent threat since my initial battles. The fragments had adapted. They had learned from their failures. I moved faster, silently weaving through the ancient trees, my heightened senses mapping the energetic landscape. The closer I got, the more intense the pressure became, the more defined the sculptor fragment's intent. It was meticulously weaving its own patterns of chaos, twisting the veil slowly but inexorably around the temple. I reached the edge of the clearing where the temple stood. It was a breathtaking sight, ancient stone structures overgrown with moss and vines rising majestically amidst towering ancient trees. A sacred place pulsating with a serene natural energy. But now that serenity was being suffocated by the encroaching darkness. The sculptor fragment floated above a central altar, its crimson eyes fixed on a swirling vortex of energy it was meticulously crafting. Other, lesser fragments swirled around it, their chaotic forms coalescing and dissipating at its silent command, feeding raw energy into the burgeoning portal. The temple itself seemed to groan under the strain, ancient stones pulsing with a sickly dark light. This wasn't just chaos, it was organized chaos. The sculptor was not merely tearing the veil, it was reweaving it in miniature, twisting its threads to serve its own dark purpose. If it succeeded, this gateway would be a festering wound, a permanent doorway for the fragments to spill into this world. Its strength is drawn from the temple's ancient energies, Mark. The keeper's voice resonated, sharper now, more urgent. It seeks to corrupt the very ley lines of the earth, anchoring its portal into the world's core. You must sever its connection to the temple's power before it becomes irreversible. I took a deep breath, the cool, pine-scented air doing little to calm the thrumming tension in my chest. My training, my quiet vigilance had led me to this moment. This was not a subtle erosion, this was a direct assault, a strategic maneuver by the enemy. I couldn't engage them directly, not with the Nexus still replenishing its full power. A full-scale confrontation would draw too much energy, risk depleting the world's ultimate defense. I had to be precise, surgical. My inner eye traced the lines of energy, both natural and corrupted, flowing around the temple. The sculptor fragment had tapped into a powerful nexus of earth energy, a place where the veil was already naturally thin due to ancient rituals and focused belief. It was using this inherent power to accelerate its weaving. My strategy formed. Disrupt the sculptor's connection to the temple's energy source, then unravel its twisted weaving and finally seal the area. It would require a song of disruption, a focused blast of pure, coherent energy to shatter its parasitic links, followed by a song of unraveling, and then a song of sealing to contain the inherent power of the temple itself, protecting it from future manipulation. Stealth was paramount. I moved silently, my song of blending an invisible cloak as I approached the clearing. The air vibrated with the sculptor's malevolent will, a palpable pressure that made the ancient trees shudder. The lesser fragments, sensing my presence, began to hiss, their forms swirling erratically, but they couldn't pinpoint me. My blend was perfect. I positioned myself behind a colossal, moss-covered monolith, its ancient power still resonating faintly despite the corruption. From here, I had a clear, energetic line to the sculptor. I raised my hands, channeling the Nexus energy, feeling it gather within me, a familiar, potent hum. This wouldn't be as draining as the initial 4 anchors, but it would demand everything I had. I focused my intent, envisioning a pure white blade of energy designed to sever. "Strike true, Mark," the keeper urged. "Cut the thread." With a silent surge of will, I unleashed the song of disruption. A focused beam of incandescent, pure white energy shot from my hands, piercing the swirling darkness around the temple. It wasn't a blast of raw power, but a meticulously woven thread of energetic coherence, designed to unravel specific connections. The beam struck the sculptor fragment where it was connected to the altar, a network of dark, twisting tendrils that pulsed with stolen power. The sculptor shrieked, a sound of pure agony and outrage that echoed through the veil, rippling through my mind. The tendrils snapped, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The nascent gateway sputtered, its swirling vortex shrinking, losing its dark coherence. The lesser fragments, deprived of their orchestrator's focus, began to writhe aimlessly, their forms becoming less defined, less menacing. The sculptor, reeling, turned its crimson gaze directly towards my hiding spot, its form coalescing into a towering, enraged figure of shadow. "The echo, you interfere with the grand design," its voice boomed, rattling the very stones of the temple. It unleashed a torrent of pure chaotic energy, a wave of dark psychic force that slammed into my protective shimmer. The song of blending held, but the impact was immense. My body stiffened, a scream catching in my throat as raw existential dread tried to shatter my resolve. This was a force far greater than any I had faced from the lesser fragments. But I held my ground, rooted in the deeper resonance of the Nexus, in the unwavering purpose that now defined me. I couldn't let it regain its footing. Now was the time to unravel its work. Before the sculptor could gather its strength for another attack, I unleashed the song of unraveling. This was a complex, counterweaving pattern designed to reverse the sculptor's dark magic, to untwist the veil it had meticulously corrupted. Luminous threads of silver light shot out from me, not attacking, but realigning, meticulously disentangling the chaotic patterns the sculptor had woven. The air shimmered as the veil began to shift, the dark energy receding, the sickly glow on the temple stones fading. The sculptor shrieked again, a sound of frustration and growing panic. It lashed out, trying to reassert its control, but the song of unraveling was too pervasive, too precise. Its own dark patterns were collapsing in on themselves like a broken tapestry. The gateway, now barely a flickering distortion, dissolved completely. The lesser fragments, completely disoriented, were caught in the energetic backlash of the unraveling. Their forms dissolved, dispersed by the pure light of restoration, their chaotic essence scattered into inert nothingness. The sculptor, its portal destroyed, its minions gone, stood alone, a towering figure of rage and defeat. Its crimson eyes burned with unholy fury. "This is not the end, Echo. We will return. We will break this world." It lunged, a desperate final surge of chaotic energy aimed directly at me, but I was ready. Before it could reach me, I wove the final song, the song of sailing. This was not merely to repair, but to bind, to contain. Luminous chains of pure, golden light erupted from my hands, wrapping around the enraged sculptor. They tightened, constricting its shadowy form, pulling it inwards. The sculptor roared, struggling against the unbreakable bonds, projecting images of cosmic horrors, of my own insignificance, of the ultimate futility of my struggle. The psychic assault was immense, a direct assault on my sanity, trying to make me doubt, to make me yield. But I had faced such terrors before. My resolve was unshakable. I had learned to anchor myself not just to the nexus, but to the latent strength of humanity, to the quiet resilience I had witnessed in the world. I was no longer just a conduit. I was a weaver, a protector, an echo of all that was good and strong. With a final, monumental surge of will, I compressed the golden chains. The sculptor fragment, despite its power, could not resist the pure binding energy. Its towering form shrank, distorted, and finally collapsed in on itself, dissolving into a pinpoint of absolute darkness, then winking out of existence entirely. It was not merely banished, it was sealed, its essence contained and removed from this plane of existence. A potent threat neutralized. I collapsed against the ancient monolith, utterly spent, my body trembling, my mind a blank canvas of exhaustion. The Nexus energy, though not completely gone, was a mere whisper, its hum almost imperceptible. I had pushed myself to the absolute limit. "You have done well, Mark, son of echoes," the primary keeper's voice resonated, filled with a profound, quiet satisfaction. A fragment of such elevated consciousness is a rare and dangerous foe. Its sealing will send a powerful message through their chaotic ranks. For a time, at least, they will hesitate to attempt such brazen acts. The forest around me, though still ancient and mysterious, felt lighter, calmer. The ancient temple, no longer choked by dark energy, began to pulse with its original serene power, a gentle hum of Earth's vital energy. The veil here was not just mended, it was fortified, resonating with a quiet, powerful peace. I lay there for a long time, letting the ancient energy of the temple and the faint hum of the nexus slowly seep into me, offering what little restoration they could. This had been a true victory, a confrontation of a different magnitude, and I had emerged successful. Slowly, agonizingly, I pushed myself up. My journey wasn't over, but this chapter, this immediate threat was. "Return to us, Mark,"